Been walking the night through, sleep talking with devils. They wrestle with my heartbeat to see what it is that moves me. And I don't wanna live here when nobody believes me. So take me to the ocean, or give me your last kiss. Do not doubt my desire. Where there's smoke, there's a fire. Do I look like a fool now? Do I look like a fool now? I'm a hero. I'm a hero for hire. And now my heart beats pounding. Worldwide there's an alarm that's been sounding. This is not the end of the line. There's a weight on my chest that I need to make life. I am determined to have headlines and endless photographs. Why don't you believe me? Your eyes do not lie, darling. Tell me you see me. Do not doubt my desire. Where there's smoke, there's a fire. Do I look like a fool now? Do I look like a fool now? I'm a hero. I'm a hero for hire. Don't delay my love. Set me aside. Through the night, and I come running. I will set aside. Through the night. I'm a hero. I'm a hero. I'm a hero. I'm a hero. Do not doubt my desire. Where there's smoke, there's a fire. Do I look like a fool now? Do I look like a fool now? Do not doubt my desire. Where there's smoke, there's a fire. Do I look like a fool now? Do I look like a fool now? I'm a hero. I'm a hero. I'm a hero. I'm a hero for hire. Well, I gave you
Attention in the barn.
and I gave you
We're about getting ready to go ahead and start our show, but before we do that, first we're going to have Pastor Paul Weiss from St. John's Lutheran Church in Marion. He will lead us in prayer, and then his wife Kelsey, right after that, we'll have our national anthem. So if you would, please all rise, and I'm going to give you to Pastor Paul.
Good morning, everyone. Thank y'all for being here and embracing the elements. I'm honored to stand out here again with y'all. Last year, I came down with this you-know-what virus and had to sit at home. So let's share in a word of prayer. Gracious God, Jacob and David cared for the flocks, and the shepherds received a glorious announcement from the angel of the Lord, all during the care of your creatures, and you blessed them. So God, we ask your blessing on these youth today who continue to care for your creatures and your creation. And we ask for your blessing today during this show. Bless the work of their hands and keep their nerves calm by your presence. Grant strength and wakefulness in this coming day. And most importantly, Lord, help us remember that regardless of our outcomes, our worth is not measured by a single placement or by the opinion of a single judge, but by you alone, by your love, your care, forgiveness, and daily support. Help us remember not the ribbons, but the lessons that we will learn that will help to guide the lives of these young people into our future. Amen.
Do we have anywhere to face or just sing? We have a little flag right there. Oh, okay. That's so cute. All right. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, once so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Special thanks to Kelsey Thies. I didn't mention her. She is associate pastor, correct, at Emmanuel's Lutheran Church in Seguin, Texas. We thank both her and Pastor Paul for being here to get our show started. So at this time, we're ready to go ahead and start our light OPBs. Let's bring them up. First class of light OPBs. While we're waiting for our first class OPBs to come up front, I want to introduce our judge to you today, the gentleman in the white sweater. His name is Quest Newberry. He resides in Brenham, Texas, where he's currently an instructor and livestock judging coach at Blinn College. Quest obtained his bachelor's and master's degrees from Texas A&M University. He enjoys helping manage show pigs for families, and he himself has started to raise pigs as well. He's had the opportunity to judge livestock at county, district, and state levels across the United States. Please welcome our judge, Quest Newberry. Heavyweight light OPBs, go ahead and start getting those pigs ready. All participants in the show today, when you leave the ring here and you place your animal, you will be given a auction card. You need to fill that out and return that to the desk here. Also, you will require to have a picture. The picture backdrop is over on the northwest side of the barn behind the holding pins, and we have photographers there that can take your picture immediately after you finish showing. Thank you. Heavyweight light OPBs, please bring them to the arena. Holding area, excuse me.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and I know it's a little bit cold, but I know we're going to have a great hog show to work through this morning, and not a better way to get started than with the word of prayer and the national anthem. And like I said, I know we're going to have a really good hog show. I was looking forward to this morning since I had the invite to come. And so as we start off this morning, I think a nice group to kind of work through. I think there's a decision that maybe lies on where we want to sit from just a cover and just a condition standpoint. But with that, I do think there's one that really separates themselves. Young Ladies Guilt on this side of the ring is going to be our class winner. I'm a big first impressions kind of guy. That Guilt comes at me, I'd make her a little bit stronger. They're on her front feet if you could. But whenever you study just the roll of that one's top, the shape to her center body, squareness of hip and hind leg, and the way she has all that yet stays so mobile, I think that's a really good place to start. That Young Ladies Guilt, I thought, really just kind of set the tone once they got out here in the big ring and you could study them. The next pair is very different from one another. I feel like we have a Barra that has more dimension working down his top side. He's bigger out of his hip. For a lightweight, he's probably pushing just a shot more condition. He's a little bit crestier there at the top side of his neck. But with today, in the setting that we're in a market hog show, I do prefer this hog in terms of the muscle that he has. He's really good as you study him out of his blade. He transitions out of a big hip and a square hind leg. Like I said, that bear is probably pushing just a little bit more cover than what I prefer. But I love that one's shape and dimension. He's a stout forearmed hog that still stays very square in terms of his build. The Guilt that we're going to close with, I really like whenever this Guilt drives directly at me. She's really opened up through her chest, has a nice look, and I prefer her leanness and cutability from a composition standpoint. With that being said, of the group, she's a bit flatter about her rib shape, doesn't have just the same muscularity and dimension working down her top side, but really like that Guilt's balance and leanness. A good class to get the morning started on.
Placings in our lightweight OPBs. Second place goes to Jake Schulze, Marion FFA. First place goes to Holly Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. Also, I want to announce that the Seguin swine breeders today in every class will be issuing a $100 check to the pig that is bred by the Seguin swine breeders group. And everybody that places high that has a pig that was purchased here in the county or surrounding counties and is a member of Seguin swine breeders will get that check. So in this case, it was Holly Kaiser. Her pig was bred by Doug Alderson. Thank you. Now we have our heavyweight OPBs. Attention to the barn, lightweight, dark OPBs. Go ahead, start getting them ready.
As we get into our heavyweight class, the pair we have out here in the middle of the ring, I think are awfully nice and a little bit different from one another. With that, I feel like there's one who, in terms of presentation up high in regards to shape and freshness, is one that's dialed in just a bit more. Young lady's bear right here is going to be our class winner. I love that view from above. He's shapely on the backside of his blade. I like his dimension. He's the more expressive hog, and I like that about him. You know, that bear has a really good set and used to his hock. From behind, he'll pull it in. He's really safe in terms of his hock placement, but from the side, I admire his flexibility and his ability to go and plan and push with flexibility. And I think that bear is just freshness, and his shape is awfully nice to go ahead and start off this class. I like the stout feature, just bold, productive look of the gilt we have in second. Really good rib shape laid in this gilt. At the same time, she's a bit stouter feature. I like her extra foot size and just bone work that she has. With that, compared to our class-winning bear, not as impressive when you get up on the top side of her, not as big out of her hip, but from the profile, I do like her extra stoutness of skull. She's a big four-armed hog, and I think all that reads really stout and durable, and I like that. Just thought our class winner was just a bit more expressive and just a little bit better in his shape this morning, but a nice pair of heavyweights to work through.
Results in the heavyweight OPB class, light OPB. Second place was Emma Linsman, Marion FFA. First place was Haley Pompa of the Cibolo Creek FFA. Haley will receive the Swine Breeders Association $100 bump. The breeder was Doug Alderson. Lightweight dark OPBs. Go ahead and start bringing them up. Lightweight dark OPBs. We are now judging our champion lightweight OPB and reserve.
as we get to our first breed drive of the morning. Only 2 classes, and not that maybe the numbers we'll have in some of our other breeds, but I'm extremely pleased with the pair of hogs that we have out here. I think their similarities are easy to see, at least from my standpoint. They're hogs that have the right kind of flex and mobility built into their skeleton. They're hogs that are dialed in for today's show, and I think that's important. And the young people I know have put in a lot of work at home and this morning making sure these hogs feel and just topseried right. With that, I do think some minor things separate them. I think there's one that comes at you actually better from its chest down to its knee. One that leaves me just a bit more consistent from the top side of their hip all the way down the surface. My favorite this morning is going to be the young lady's guild out of class number 1. Congratulations to her.
Champion light OPB belongs to Holly Kaiser of the New Berlin 4-H.
We drop out that second place spare, and back in class I discussed how I thought that hog was really good, just reading like a bold dimensional type of market hog. He probably doesn't blend the top side of his crest into his blade quite as unique, probably gets just a little bit rounder out of his hip, but in terms of just being a product driven stout opened up hog, I think he offers a lot of good. Like I said, I thought our class winners had some similarities. I mentioned back in class, and I'll say it again, this bear is so impressive when you get up and you study him from blade to hip. Got to love that about him. I thought it was a close call for champion. My second favorite is going to be our heavyweight. Congratulations to this young lady.
Reserve champion OPB, light OPB, belongs to Haley Pompa, Cibolo Creek FFA. We will now judge our lightweight dark OPB. We have 12 head entered. We'll be placing 9. Medium weight, dark OPBs. Go ahead, start getting your pigs ready to come to the arena. We'll call for you in a few minutes. Medium weight, dark OPBs. Go ahead and start bringing them to the holding area. Medium weight, dark OPBs.
a really good class to work through here on our first one in our dark OPBs. And as we have our pair still driving out here, as I work through the top in this class, there's different ways to pair the hogs together. I'm aware that the bear and the gilt that I have driving are not exactly the same, but whenever you study the way they're put together, I'm very comfortable with their skeleton. They're opened up, they're freshly presented, they're nice kind of hogs. With that being said, in my opinion, I like hogs to match at the surface what they have up high. I feel like there's one that's a bit bigger footed and stouter featured, and everything just matches in terms of feature to mass and bulk up high. My favorite here in Class 1 is the young lady's bear directly in front of me. Congratulations to her. Like I said, that hog probably doesn't come out of the backside of his blade just like the gilt that we have in 2, but I like how his size and his stoutness of his rear leg matches just the mass and product he has above that. Like I mentioned, just the width and the dimension that he has matches the skeleton underneath, and I prefer that just a bit more. The gilt that we have in second is tuned in incredibly good up high. I love this one's muscle and just dimension that she has throughout. Amongst the pair, she's a bit crestier there at the top side of her neck, maybe just a scotch rounder at her hip, but more importantly, when I take her to the surface, either on her front leg or her back leg, I want to just intensify that just a bit more. Young lady's done a great job in terms of that one's physical feel. Shape up high is very, very good. Thought that was a good pair of hogs. A nice one to kind of sit back and analyze. For a while, I had the bear in third up a spot because I prefer this one's just feature. He's a bigger, more elevated type of hog, and I prefer that. Of the top 3, when you get behind him and you take him down to stifle, I want to make him just a bit wider and more dimensional there. That bear doesn't have the same shape working down his top side, a bit more upright in his blade angle. Consequently, I want him to settle his spine and level out the longer that we drive him out here. Wide, dimensional, very stout-made gilt coming out next. Whenever you study the top 4 out here, she's a bit softer on her front feet, doesn't get out and go with just the same comfort levels we have as some of the other ones. But if we just talk about making them opened up, bold in terms of the rib cage and dimensional, she's very, very good. I want her to go just a bit better out of her front skeleton. If we change her there, that gilt can work way up. The young lady's doing a great job with the gilt in 5 that is not problem-free. I do want to change the way she steps off her back left. I'm going to change up the bottom side of her underline just a bit. But I want to commend this young lady because she's showing a hog that's presented perfectly this morning, and she's done everything she could, and obviously something just kind of happened with that gilt, because outside of the way she wants to plant her back left and her underline, if you will, that gilt's right in line with the top end of this class, because I really think that one's fresh. I like the way that one profiles from the side. She's tall front and very, very good, but I need to square her up in her hind leg and change just her back area in terms of her flank area. But a nice class, once again, a fun one to sort through.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings and our lightweight dark OPBs are as follows. Alexis Schulze, 9th, New Berlin 4-H. William O'Neill, 8th place, the Vero FFA. Caden Gemler, 7th place, Marion FFA. 6th place is Jada Littlefield, Santa Clara 4-H. 5th place is Cody Kelso, Marion FFA. 4th place is Case Kelso, Marion FFA. 3rd place is Bauer Birdwell, Marion FFA. 2nd place is Haley Pompa, Cibolo Creek FFA. And our class-winning pig is Laney Farrell of the Cibolo Creek FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeder bump check will be given to Haley Pompa. Her pig was bred by MT Hart Livestock. Entering the ring right now, we have our medium weight dark OPBs. There's 9 pigs entered and 7 will place. Heavyweight dark OPBs, go ahead and start getting your pigs ready. We'll call for you in a few minutes. I'd like to point out our Swine committee. These are the people that put this show together every year. It's quite a task, and as the challenges of COVID had hit, we had to do some quick reneging last year, excuse me. But our chairman is Randy Rial, Russell Rial, Chuck Rial, Doug Olson, Stephen Kaiser, and Josh Brown are all on the committee. And our associate members on that same committee are Jackie Schultz, John Brogdon, Eric Colderman, Troy Krieger, Caleb Woodley, Jim Bob Moat, Stephanie Kelso, and Colton Kelso. Thank you for the job y'all do. Heavyweight dark OPBs, go ahead, start bringing them to the holding area. Heavyweight dark OPBs.
A really good group to work through, and I know I said it last class, but trying to fit and mold and align the hogs in a way that makes sense to me in terms of keeping hogs that, in my opinion, have the most good up is what I'm trying to do. And the young man's bear that's going to win this class, I think, combines what I like in hogs in 2 and 3. This bear comes at you good in terms of his chest floor, really good on the top side of his skeleton, like the turn and the roll that he has in his upper rib, and you get behind that bear, and I like how he's wide and open up, yet still squaring within himself. I personally feel like that bear has the shape and freshness of the hog in 3rd with the proportionality and just extra feel and just the way everything fits together from the side like the hog does in 2. I think that one's skeleton's very good, and that one looks very good when you get up and you study him from above. I thought 2 and 3 could be just a bit closer. Young man's pole and appearing gilt's the one I land on. Honestly, whenever you stand back and you study the hogs from afar, her shoulder height, stoutness of skull, and just their length of body and hip allow this gilt to come together with an impeccable look of just balance and quality. I feel like that hog's depth and softness back through her flank and fill allows everything to fit together just a bit better than our longer-bodied hog that we have here in 3. I think that gilt's stoutness of feature and proportionality is very, very good. The gilt we have coming out in 3rd, great down the top side of her skeleton, love her on the back side of her blade, a freshly presented gilt that when you back up and you study the top 5, she's the highest in terms of her flank, her center body, just shape and just the way everything fits together. I want to pull her down there and modify her rib cage just a bit for everything to fit together just a bit nicer, but definitely a sound-made, good skeleton kind of hog to sit there in 3. Coming out next, this bear by himself is one you can really like because when you study him, he's athletic, he gets out and goes, he's good in terms of the shape down the top side of his skeleton and square, leaving you of the top end. I thought this bear was pushed just a bit further forward in terms of the angle of his blade, not as good in terms of the crest of his neck, and when you really dive in and you study him for a hog that's a bit bigger, I want him to be a bit bolder there in his forward and center body. Doesn't read just quite as proportional as our hog did in 2, probably not quite as just intriguing and good from the side as a hog we had that's going to be directly ahead of him, but definitely a fundamental nice hog to be in 4. In 5, just a good productive type of gilt. Whenever you study her, she sounds skeleton. She's good in terms of her range of motion. I want to give her just a bit more muscle shape up high, make her a bit wider whenever you study her through her chest and when she leaves you, but a nice kind of hog to go ahead and close out our top 5 of a really good class.
Results in our medium weight dark OPB. 7th place goes to Avery Larios, Marion FFA. 6th place goes to Monique Gonzalez, Cibolo Creek FFA. 5th place goes to Emma Hartman, Navarro FFA. Fourth place is Madison Bird of Marion FFA. Third place is Braden Forts, Marion FFA. Second place is Cass Pape, Marion FFA. And first place goes to Donald Bigelow, Marion FFA. Donald will also receive the Skeen Swine Breeder bump check for $100. And the breeder of his pig was MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations. Coming in our ring now is the heavyweight dark OPBs. There are 5 pigs entered, and we will be placing 4. Attention to the barn, lightweight Berkshires. Start getting your pigs ready. Lightweight Berkshires will be calling you in a few minutes. Attention to the barn. While we have a little time here, I want to go ahead and announce that our showmanship, if you want to show in the showmanship competition this afternoon after the show is over with, you need to come by the front announcer stand here to my right. We'll have a table set up and a sign-in sheet. The groupings are going to be 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. You'll be showing in a junior group. 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students will be shown in intermediate, and 9th through 12th will be shown in a senior class. Again, you must sign your name up. If you're not on the list, you don't come in. So, and you must show your own pig. Thank you very much.
As we get down to our heavyweights, a different class, if you will, because if you are ringside and you study the hogs in the ring, we have heavyweight livestock that have been just a little bit different and reaching heavy in weight. We have some that are putting on just a bit more cover and become a composition concern, if you will. And then we have some whose skeletons just haven't maybe held up as good in regards to making sure that their mobility is in check. And so, as I sent out here and I try to evaluate them and pick the one that fits me best, I don't know if there's one that has to win this class. When I come back and make sure that they're opened up through their base, they're good from just a composition and cutability standpoint. The one I come back to is going to be the young man's gilt directly in front of me. This gilt does get just a little bit flatter about her rib shape compared to some, but I like how she reads just a bit more honest and genuine from a muscularity standpoint. She's a stout-featured hog that if you could, I would rock her back in her blade angle just a bit. But I thought that one, stoutness of skeleton, mobility, yet still being good from a composition standpoint, allowed her to go ahead and win this class. Like I said, I would change her front skeleton if I could. I think it becomes really close as we work through the next group of hogs. The one that I like next is going to be the young man's bear right here. I think this bear is very good whenever you study his rib shape, his muscle from behind's good. I want to sound him up down low and make him as opened up whenever he leaves me, basically from his hock to the ground as he is up high. He reads a bit high, bigger up high, a little bit smaller down low, if you will, and I want to keep that just a bit more in unison as we work through the morning. I do think that hog's pushing a shot more cover than what I'm just comfortable with out here today, but a nice hog with that. I think 3 and 4 are awfully close. The one that I like to go ahead and be in 3 is going to be the young man right here with the Poland Appearance. Really good whenever you study the turn of his upper rib, a dimensional hog that stays square built. I thought of the top end, this hog got just a little bit lower fronted. I didn't have the same just expression as some of the hogs that we have out here, but one, we just talked about the basics. I think he's awfully nice. Still a close call. In 4th, we're going to have the young man's Poland gilt, long striding and loose structure. I read that one to be just a little bit narrower whenever you study her at her base. I want to open her up, bone her up in her rib cage, but I do prefer her squareness of build and looseness of structure over the hog that we're going to have coming out next. This hog is good whenever you study his rib shape and muscle. He comes at me too closed up through his knee, then he wants to work his hock too far outside of himself. I got to square him up and make him better from a build standpoint, but a nice class there, challenging to work through because we had some different parts and pieces.
Placings in our heavyweight dark OPB. 4th place goes to Noah Richter, Cibolo Creek FFA. 3rd place goes to Owen Shanevogel, Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Bryson Mauricio, Clemens 4-H. And our class winner is Mason Richter of the Cibolo Creek FFA. Our bump check from the Seguin Swine Breeders will be going to Owen Shanevogel. The breeder on his pig is 4L Livestock. Thank you. Attention to the barn, lightweight Berkshires. Go ahead and start bringing them to the holding area. Lightweight Berkshires. We're now going to be judging for our champion dark OPB.
I go to the mic just a little bit quicker here, and it's not because it's just the easiest decision, but working through the classes, we've already studied the hogs, and they come back out here. I'm extremely pleased with the 3 we have because they're the ones that suited me the best in their classes. And as we get back out here, I like their balance. I like how everything fits together. They're hogs that have the right kind of skeleton and yet still have the right essentials to be good market livestock at the same time. And so as we get back out here, I think there's one that whenever you study him as an individual, you like a lot of things about him. His just mobility, his flexibility, freshness is very, very good. I think everything down low works correctly. You probably down up his jaw just a bit and make him a little bit tougher coming out at you. But my favorite's the young man out of our middleweight class. Congratulations to him. He'll have our champion. We'll get that 2nd place out here for reserve contention.
Champion dark OPB belongs to Donald Bigelow, Marion FFA.
As we get back out here, nothing to take away from our heavyweight because I do think that gilt, offered what I was looking for in that class. But as we get back out here and we study the 2 hogs, I think it becomes close between. I did know whenever we came back out here for reserve, these 2 were going to be the ones that were going to be driving. I was going to have to make a call. And as we get back out here, I do feel like there's one that whenever they come out to the ring, their presence, their levelness, their height of shoulder, our reserve champion is going to be one that is longer, leveler out of her hip and allows everything to come together really nicely, yet still reads stout and like she needs to. Young man right here out of her middleweight class has our reserve congratulations to him.
Reserve champion, Dark OPB, goes to Case Pape, Marion FFA. Congratulations. Cass, excuse me. Entering the ring now, we have our lightweight Berkshire class. We have 5 in the first class, placing 4. Medium weight Berkshires, go ahead and start getting your pigs ready. We'll call you in a few minutes. Exhibitors, those of you who have placed your animal, remember you need a picture of your animals to sell in the sale, and also you need to turn in your card that they give you. Fill that out and turn it back in here at the desk for the auction on Saturday. Thank you. Attention exhibitors, at the end of the day, after the showmanship is judged, we will have a trailer here for people that want to go ahead and floor their pig, meaning they want to sell it and get it gone. There will be a trailer. Michael Friesenheim will be here with a trailer in the back to load out. They will be paying 40 cents a pound based on your weight on the sheet. So they'll be paying 40 cents a pound for your animal. And that way, if those of you that aren't going any further with your pigs, they have a way to go. Thank you.
An awesome class here to start our Berkshires, and I think this is a fun class as a livestock enthusiast. You have different shapes and sizes of lightweight Berk hogs out here. You have some that read a little bit later maturing, some that are probably just a little bit earlier maturing for this judge's preferences. And I guess in my opinion, it comes down between a pair of them. I know we don't have them placed yet, but a pair of them who I think really separate themselves of being so good in way they balance up from the side. One of them, though, is stouter featured. One of them is more opened up through the base of their rib cage and just so good in terms of just the rib cage, the productive look, yet still the presence and shape up high. Our class winner is the young lady's Gilt driving right there. I think that one becomes the one that offers a lot of positives in my opinion. I think our second place hog is very unique in terms of its elevation, look, and presence. This hog, though, whenever it drives at you, I like that one's boldness of blade, comes really good out of its forerib, takes a great turn up high into terms of spread of dimension and upper rib cage. A gilt that if you were to study her as an individual, you can make her a little bit better in your joint work from behind. And the young lady that's going to be second, the gilt directly in front of me, is a little bit better in terms of the smoothness of her rear joint. I prefer that. This gilt from the side is my absolute favorite. She's tall fronted, she's extended, she's dead level, and I love those things about her. This one reads so high quality in terms of her presence, and I love that about her. With that, though, today in a market hog setting, I want to bolden her up right there in her forerib, giving her a more just massive turn in her upper rib as well. We could blend her in her ham-loin junction just a bit differently also. Love that gilt's look. I thought that pair was awfully nice. And then we get into our next group of hogs, I think offers some differences. The one I like in third is going to be the young man's gilt directly in front of me. She's more shapely down her top side, reads a bit more extended up front. And if we were to continue to feed these hogs to a heavier end point, I do think this gilt's going to maintain cutability and compositional correctness just a little bit better than our next pair of bears. She's not as wide or bold as our hog that's going to be in 4. Young lady's bear directly in front of me is going to be in 4. He is bolder ribbed and a bit stouter featured. He reads just a bit more compact in terms of his type and kind. Not the same extension and lateness of maturity, but like that one, stoutness of skeleton and his overall bulk and mass. We conclude with the bear that gets just a little bit rounder and a little bit off in terms of his hock placement from behind, but definitely muscular. A good group to work through here in our first class of Berks.
Thank you, Judge. Placings in the lightweight Berkshires are as follows. 4th place goes to Stevie McFarland, Cibolo Creek FFA. 3rd place goes to Mason Richter, Cibolo Creek FFA. 2nd place, Auburn Frost, Navarro FFA. And our class winner is London Bowman of the Cibolo Creek FFA. London will also receive the Swine Breeders Bump Check for $100. And that pig was bred by MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations. Medium weight Berkshires. Heavyweight Berkshires, be getting your pigs ready. We'll call you in a second. Medium weight Berkshires, you should be in the holding area. We have 5 placing 4. Heavyweight Berks, go ahead and start bringing them to the holding area. Heavyweight Berks.
Once again, a class that offers some differences in terms of type and kind, and where a show judge wants to sit on certain areas I know could differ in this group. And I tell the judges at Blinn often, I say we need to be animal appreciators before animal haters, and I promise you there's no hating coming from me. There's a lot of appreciating, and I say that because I think hogs in this lineup offer a lot of good, but it's kind of hard to piece together whenever you stand back here and try to get hogs that match one another, I guess you could say in the order that just, they follow type and kind on maybe a smaller class. But when I back off and I ask myself, which hog came at me good, which hog maintains mobility to a very high degree, yet still reads good from a shape standpoint, I think the combination of flexibility, balance, and just being good from a composition standpoint, young man's guilt directly ahead of me is the one we're going to go ahead and lead things off with. Whenever she came in, I got just a bit harder on her because I do want to blend her ham loin just a bit differently. She's a bit tighter there. But when you stand back and you study this lineup, I do feel like that gilt is one that's just a bit taller fronted than the next hog we have coming, just a bit longer hipped, and is very impressive from a muscle standpoint. I thought that one, the longer the drive wore on, she was the one that had the hardest time taking, criticism or having issues with. I do think it's close between 2 and 3. The one I like in 2 is the young lady's bear directly in front of me. I like this one's rib cage. He's big, bold, and bulky whenever you study him in terms of his rib cage. He's a bit rounder hipped than our class winner. He's a bit lower fronted, and consequently from the side, I don't see him balancing up quite as nicely. The longer the drive wore on, he got a bit tighter out of his hip, and as we conclude this class, he's tighter than what I prefer. But I thought this one's rib shape and just fresh, just productive look were things I liked a good deal. Like I said, change his balance ever so slightly and free up his rear skeleton, and we can maybe talk him a little bit higher. The one I like in 3, young man's doing a great job with the gilt here, who's really shapely. You get up and you study her from above. I love this one spread in shape. She's really mobile in terms of her skeleton, and if we were just to study him here at the end, she undoubtedly is more flexible than the bear I put in 2. I get harder on this one from the side because she's a bit lower fronted. She'll run downhill. I didn't see that one hitting me as hard right off the bat. I thought our hogs in 1 and 2 had some differences that could propel them all the way up in this class. That was a nice solid place to be in 3. The next pair I studied for a long time also because I know what it means to, make sure that we get everything right out here today. The one that suits me best for being just a bit bigger in terms of its type and kind, a bit later maturing, is going to be the young man's gilt. I know she closes up just a bit, but I prefer that one's leanness and that one just offering a bigger scale, later maturing look. We'll conclude with the bear that's wide and opened up, just reads a little bit heavier condition. Want to make him a bit higher cutability in terms of just his body type. But a good class. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Placings in your medium weight Berkshires. 4th place is Trent Boyle, Cibolo Creek FFA. 3rd place is Jackson Kurz, Marion FFA. 2nd place is Briston Birdwell, Marion FFA. And our class winner is Gavin Bennett of the Marion FFA. Gavin will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders bump check for $100. And that pig was bred by Daggy Show Pigs. Congratulations. Coming in arena now, we have our heavyweight Berkshire class. There's 7 entered. We'll be placing 5. Lightweight Durocs. Start getting your pigs ready. Lightweight Durocs.
Here in our heavyweight Berkshires, another good group to work through, and I probably showed my cards a little bit early. I didn't want a hog to get wore out, and it's the only one I pinned up, and I think this one comes out and hits me awfully hard. Young lady's Guilt here is going to be our class winner. Congratulations to her. I mean, this one comes at you right in terms of being opened up, yet still strong in terms of her front feet. You take that one from the base of her body cavity and work up. I love just the natural turn that she has in her rib cage. I love that one's top side presentation, and that one balances like they need to. I look forward to seeing that one back out here in our Berkshire drive, trying to set the tone and move from that one and follow that one the best I possibly can. I feel like there's a pair of hogs that come in 2 and 3 that match that one's presence and match that one's just, I guess you could say, being one that reads really good from a balance standpoint. Our second place hog in this class is going to be this taller young man right here with this Guilt. She'll be 2. Like this one's shape and expression, like how she's a square-built individual compared to our class winner, not as just naturally opened up through the base of her body cavity, not quite as stout in terms of just that one's skeleton, but I thought that one's balance, shape, and freshness were very, very good. coming out next, I did think that things got just a little bit closer. Young lady right here with this gilt's going to go ahead and be 3. I do want to change the way that gilt plants off of her hock and rear skeleton. She'll be just a little bit different in the way she wants to go to the surface there. But read that hog from just a shape and cutability standpoint. She's really good. And I say that first because I do think we're starting to run in to some hogs that are just a bit past their prime. But the longer we drive the hogs, I don't see that one being quite as athletic whenever we study the way she functions out of her rear skeleton, like that one's product, like that one's just dimension out of her hip. I want to change her just a bit from a skeletal standpoint. As we go through the next pair of hogs for 4th and 5th, some give and take there. The one that we're going to have coming out next is going to be the young man's hog right here. This gilt does get just a bit more closed up than what I prefer, but whenever you study her, I like that one's length of body. I like that one whenever you study her from being just the lean, good growing type of hog and those type of things. With that being said, though, I got to open up that gilt through her skeleton, through her chest, and the way she leaves me. Coming out in 5, we're going to have the young lady's bearer here. I read him just a little bit moderate, if you will, in terms of his frame size. Reads just a little bit earlier maturing in terms of his extensions that he offers. And I do like his mass and product that he offers throughout. The longer we drive him, he gets just a little bit hesitant in his rear step. I want to make him just a little bit leaner from a composition standpoint, but definitely wide and opened up. I thought 4 and 5 were close. We conclude with a pair of muscular bearers that I want to change from a skeleton and a balance standpoint, but definitely a nice group of heavyweights. Let's put our hands together for those young people as they head back to the barn.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in the heavyweight Berkshires. 5th place goes to Kelsey Booker, Navarro FFA. 4th place goes to Brant McCullis, Cibolo Creek FFA. 3rd place goes to Justine Covarrubias. I can't say that. I'm going to try. Covarrubias. And 2nd place goes to Corey Dilling of the Marion FFA. And our class winner was Brindley Forts of the Cibolo Creek FFA. Brindley will also receive a $100 bump check from the Seguin Swine Breeders. Her pig was bred by MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations. We will now judge for our champion, Berkshire. Class 1 Durocs. Go ahead and start bringing them to the holding area. Class 1 Durocs.
As we come to a close here in our Berkshire drive, it's been a very enjoyable group to work through. And as we get back out, like I said in our previous drive, don't mean to go the mic too fast, but when I know something, I know it. I want to make sure that we continue to roll at the right pace for today. I do feel like that there's one that really separates itself. Really like this one. We discussed details in class. The one that I think does an incredible job of combining just making sure they have the right proportionality, skeleton, muscle, yet still looks like a show pig whenever you study her going across the ring. Young ladies heavyweight is our champion. Congratulations to her.
Your champion, Burke, goes to Brindley Forts, Cibolo Creek FFA. Congratulations. We'll now judge for our reserve champion, Burke.
I do think things get closer out here for reserve. We have some give and take on where we want to sit on a certain area here or there, and I see those things. I'm open-minded. I know showing and trying to prepare livestock can be challenging, and so as we get out here for reserve, the one that I land on, I know I mentioned back in class we could kind of change it here or there or tweak it in an area, but whenever we talk about, which one comes at you good in terms of being opened up, really good at the top side of their skeleton in terms of the way they come out of the back side of their blade, yet still I think everything balances and comes together good from the side. Young lady's lightweight's my second favorite. Congratulations to her.
Reserve champion Burke goes to London Bowman of the Cibolo Creek FFA. Congratulations. Coming in the arena right now, we have our first class of Durocs. We have 10 pigs entered. We'll be placing 8. Attention to the barn. Class 2 Durocs, go ahead, get your pigs ready. We'll be calling you in just a few minutes. Attention in the barn. Class 2 Durocs, go ahead and start bringing them to the holding area. Class 2 Durocs. Thank you.
Young man, we're going to be 2. Young lady, we're going to be 1. A fun group to work through here in our lightweight class of Durocs, and I thought this class was 6 or 7 deep, and I know some hogs have exited and have already been placed, but I do think that the depth of this class was very, very good. The young lady's gilt that wins this class, to me, does so rather handily. I do have to make maybe an excuse here or there for all the other hogs to kind of stay in the top 5, if you will. But this is the no excuses hog, if you will, of this lineup, because that hog comes at you so good. She's opened up, square in her chest, strong in her front feet, great in terms of her body shape, her just freshness up high is good. And then I think this one's a little bit better in terms of just her feel and back to her flank, and then also her mobility is very good. And I think those things allow her to separate herself from the gilt that we have in 2. But like I said, it was always a battle to who's going to be 2, 3, 4, and 5, not who was going to be 1. Young man that's going to be here in 2 brings a gilt that I thought was the most like our class winner whenever I studied them, coming at me and leaving me. She's opened up through her chest, and if you're in the stands right there, you're getting a great look at just how that gilt's opened up, yet still square at that viewpoint. I like her from blade to hip, and then she's big out of her hip and reads good from a composition standpoint. If I were to change her, the longer we drove her, she gets just a bit hesitant and a little tighter out of her hip. And I know they're lightweights, but I do want her to be just a little bit better as you take her back through her flank and just give her a little bit more back there to allow everything to just balance and come together nicely. But I thought that hog's genuineness, that hog's shape, yet still being good from a skeletal standpoint, or good enough, I should say, allowed her to go ahead and be second. In 3, we have a young lady's bear that's being a little bit hard-headed from time to time. He'll like to kind of ride the fence just a bit, but this bear is looser structured. He's a longer striding hog who has more flex built into his hock, and I like that. He comes at you opened up, and those things are very, very good. With that, though, this bear gets a little bit rounder in terms of his build. I want to make him just a little bit taller fronted. I want to make him just a little bit cleaner up ahead of his blade. He gets just a little bit thicker there through his jowl and front 1/3, but one that reads productive, sound structured, and he is a bolder bodied, bigger rib type of hog compared to the one that we did have there in 2. Coming out next, we have a bear that has, honestly, some of the most intriguing pieces of the entire lineup. And if a judge says that, you should ask, well, then, Judge, why is he all the way down in 4? Because there are things about him that I love. He's tall-shouldered. Young lady does a great job of getting him presented from the side. Love his extension. Love his flexibility from the side. This bear, when he comes at me, he wants to come a little bit closer at his knees. Whenever I get behind him, he wants to fade from the top part of his hip down to his hock joint. I need him more consistent when he drives at me in a way. That young lady has an extremely, extremely good-looking show hog that's very good down his top side from a shape standpoint. I need to give him a stouter, wider skeleton, and I hate to sound critical because that young lady's done a great job with her hog out here this morning. Coming out next, this young lady's gilt is another one who, if you are sitting in the stands and you maybe can't be up on him or get directly behind him, one might ask, why is this one not further up? Because this is another elevated, tall-fronted, great-looking hog from the side that's big and dimensional out of her hip. I get behind her and I get just a bit more critical. She's a bit out in her stifle joint, and so she's a bit wide where her hind leg drops from the base of her ham, and then she's just a bit unstable in the way she wants to use her rear leg. But I love that gilt's look and presence. She's muscular and good from just a shape standpoint. I want to change her rear skeleton just a bit. That was a great class. I thought I owed it to the young people to break them down as much as I possibly could because those details did separate a really good lineup of hogs.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in Class 1 Durocs are as follows. 8th place, Randallin Wagster, Navarro FFA. 7th place is Barra Birdwell, Marion FFA. Sixth place is Case Kelso, Marion FFA. Fifth place, Auburn Frost, Navarro FFA. Fourth place is Emily Pompa, Cibolo Creek FFA. Third place is Jocelyn Trevino, Cibolo Creek FFA. Second place is Donald Bigelow, Marion FFA. And our class winner is Emily Clutter, Marion FFA. Congratulations. Our Seguin bump check for $100, Seguin Swine Breeder bump check will go to Emily Pompa. Her pig was bred by MT Hart Livestock.
Emily Clutter. Emily Clutter.
Oh, here. Chuck Rial, come to the announcer stand, please, Chuck. Attention exhibitors, this afternoon after we judge the Grand Champion Hog, will have our showmanship competition. The competition will be split this way. 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders, you'll be in a junior class. 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, an intermediate class. And 9th through 12th grade, you'll be in our senior class. You must sign yourself up. If you do not sign up, you will not compete in the showmanship this afternoon. See Stephanie Kelso on the end of our table here. She will be signing you up. She has the sheets. So please make sure you sign up if you want to compete this afternoon. Thank you. Chuck Real, come to the announcer stand, please. Chuck. Want to make a correction, and we apologize on the skiing swine breeders bump check in class 1. It actually goes to Emily Clutter. The breeder's the same, MT Hart Livestock, but Emily Clutter will receive that check. Sorry for the error. Class 3 Durocs. Class 3 Durocs. Go ahead and start bringing your animals up to the front.
as we work through our second class here in our Durocs, the young lady's light red gilt's going to go ahead and be our class winner. I think whenever you study this one, she's the taller fronted, stouter featured hog of the pair that we have driving out here. Really good as you study the shape that she has working down her top side. I think whenever you just study this one's comfort level, I like how we have a tall fronted hog that still has the right kind of slope and set back to her shoulder and knee. She's not the most overwhelming in terms of just bulk and shape to the center portion of her body cavity, but once I call that good enough, I think this one's presence and skeleton, yet still shape, allow her to win this class. The bear we have in 2, I think this one just represents just a good type of hog. He's a bold ribbed type of bear that's a bit better there to the center portion of his body cavity than is our class winner. I think he gets a little bit frailer whenever you take him all the way to the surface. He's a bit smaller footed, and then at the same time, that bear too could be modified in his front foot placement just a bit. He's a little softer up front, probably just a little bit lower there at the point of his shoulder, but he takes a better turn there out of the top side of his skeleton. I like his upper rib shape better. He's more dimensional when he leaves you. I thought that pair was close because the hogs are different. The gilt come out in 3. You have to get up and study her from above to really appreciate her. She's tremendously good out of the backside of her blade. I love the spread and just the shape that she offers. Young lady's done a great job in terms of skin and hair. That one's so good in terms of the show day presentation. I like her muscle from behind with that. When I back up from afar and study her from across the ring, she's the shallower bodied hog at the top end of this class that I need to modify and just make her a little bit softer back there through her flank. She too gets a bit tighter out of her hip, and I want to make her go just a little bit wider. She's big out of her hip, then she'll fade just a bit as you study her tracking directly away. But I do think that one's top side and just presentation's incredible. Coming out next, we have a hog that's loose structured and flexible. I like this hog's balance from the side. At the same time, I want to make this one just a little bit better whenever you study her. The backside of her blade there, she gets just a bit more generic in terms of her shape. But I thought in terms of just presence and functionality, this one's skeleton was loose. She read like a good kind of a hog from the side from just a lateness and maturity standpoint and balance perspective. Not as overwhelming from a muscle standpoint as some that we had before her, but I thought that one's looseness of build and just overall balance was very good. We conclude with a hog that's completely different. This hog probably could balance just a shade differently. He's a little shorter up front, a little rounder out of his hip, and doesn't wow you whenever you study him from the side. But at the same time, when you study this hog, he is opened up, he is stout featured. He's arguably the best of the top 5 in just the shape of his rib cage, and just from a muscle standpoint, I need to change him just a bit off either ends of his skeleton. He's a bit rounder and steeper out of his hip, not as extended or just as good from the side as some of the other ones, but a sound structured, bold, good kind of hog to go ahead and conclude our top 5 in a very nice class of Durocs. If you will, let's put our hands together for our exhibitors as they head back to the barn.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in Class 2 Durocs are as follows. 8th place, Jolene Swicky, New Berlin 4-H. 7th place, Cross Kelso, Marion FFA. 6th place is Jenna Contreras Garcia, Cibolo Creek FFA. 5th place is Emily Chambers, Santa Clara 4-H. 4th place is Lucas Gilner, Navarro FFA. 3rd place, Cody Kelso, Marion FFA. 2nd place is Justin Bronny, Navarro FFA. And our class winner is Haley Blades, Navarro FFA. Congratulations to all y'all. Our Seguin Swine Breeder Bump recipient is going to be Emily Chambers. Her pig was bred by Greg and Vince Frankowiak. Congratulations to y'all. Coming in the ring now is our Class 3 Durocs. We have 9. We're placing 7. Class 4 Durocs, be getting them ready. We'll be calling you up in a minute. Attention to the barn, Class 4 Durocs. Start bringing them to the holding area. Class 4 Durocs. Randy Rial, we need you at the announcer stand. Randy.
I honestly think the most difficult lineup that we've had at this point, because the Hogs honestly hit me a certain way at the beginning, and then now as you get them back out in the big ring, they kind of come together just a little bit different from one another. And our class winner at the get-go was just a bit hesitant in the little ring, and then wanted to be a little bit more difficult to get a look at as we got back out here. I'd probably change her haircut up just a little bit, kind of went a little bit further down on her sides, and so right away, I probably wasn't drawn to her as much as I was some of the other ones. But when you start to break them down, she's better in terms of her build than a lot of them out here. And at the same time, I read that hog better from just the shape and expression standpoint than our bear that we have in 2. She's bigger out of her hip and more dimensional than that bear also. I think this hog just reads very natural. I like her skeleton. I like her body shape. I like her muscularity. Doesn't wow you anywhere, so I wasn't as quick to gravitate to her. But I think fundamentally that hog suits me the best. The bear that we have in 2, the young lady does a great job of driving him. He goes a good speed, has a good skeleton laid underneath him. In my criticism and where I take issue with him, I think he's pushing just a shot more cover. Consequently, I want a better turn to the edge of his loin. If I could do that, I think that bear, if we shape him up down his top to convince me he's good from a composition standpoint, I could start him, but he gets a little bit more bland and generic from the backside of his blade all the way there to this his stifle from behind. I need to power him all the way up, but I do like his balance. I like his presence, and I really like his skeleton that he has underneath him. The next three are challenging. The gilt that I'm going to use in third, she's a bit awkward and a bit upright whenever you study her rear pasture and her hock design. I need to blend her better at her hem loin, but from a muscle hog standpoint, this one's the most impressive. I really like her leanness. I like her shape. We've got to change the way she gets out of her hip and hind leg and make her just a bit more fluid and mobile. If we could change her in those areas, she could win the class because she's a stout-formed, opened-up hog that I like a good deal, but I need to change her rear skeleton to move any further up. Young man's gilt that we have in fourth. This is a hog that from afar you can like a lot of things about her. She's a big, long-bodied hog. It has the right kind of muscularity from a dimension standpoint. I like her out of her hip, and she is better in the set and the use to her hind leg from the side. With that being said, though, when she drives at me or she drives away, she'll want to narrow to the ground a bit more than what I prefer. I want to make her just based a bit wider at the surface and be a bit more convincing whenever you study her driving at you or away. But from afar, I really like her length of body, her muscularity. Just today in this lineup, I need to open her up just a bit, and I wish you wanted to get out here and grab another gear from time to time. In fifth, we have a bearer that's opened up and I think is a product-driven type of hog. He gets just a little bit plainer from a shape standpoint, and he too will want to maybe kick his hind legs out a little bit further than what I term ideal, but a good class nonetheless. My compliments to those young people.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in Class 3 Durocs. Seventh place goes to Tanner Ray, Marion FFA. Sixth place goes to Breland Dodd, Cibolo Creek FFA. Fifth place goes to Drew Pemilton, Cibolo Creek FFA. Fourth place goes to Cage Herforth, Clemens 4-H. Third place goes to Lena Adams, Cibolo Creek FFA. Second place goes to Laney Farrell, Cibolo Creek FFA. And our class winner is Kennedy Schneider, the Marion FFA.
Whose phone is that?
Kennedy will also receive the Skeen Swine Breeders bump check for $100. The breeder was Chuck Rial. Coming in arena now is our Class 4 Durocs. There's 13 head entered, and we'll be placing 10. Also, exhibitors, please get your photos taken. The photographer is over there by the backdrop. If you're going to sell in a sale, you have to have a picture made, so make sure that you're getting your pictures taken. And you can take pictures of all the pigs that you're exhibiting. If you have two, you can go ahead and take both pictures and decide later which one you're going to sell. That's up to you. Thank y'all.
Attention in the barn. A couple of announcements real quick. First of all, do not forget at the end of the day, you need to clean out your own pen. I have trash bags and everything, or if you got a wheelbarrow or something, the dumpster opens up from the side. But you're responsible for cleaning all the shavings out of your pen and in the aisle that's in front of you. Second, we are probably going to break after the Hamps for lunch. Probably be around 30 or 45 minutes or so. But the plan right now is to break after the Hamps for lunch. We'll come back and do Yorks, Crosses, and Showmanship this afternoon.
Attention in the barn. If you want to floor your pig this afternoon, after the showing's over with, there will be a truck and trailer here. I'm being told Mike Friesenhahn will be here with a truck and trailer. They will buy your pigs at 40 cents a pound. Just see Mr. Friesenhahn at the end of the day. Keep in mind there is no local market for these pigs, so you either have to slaughter them or keep them for breeding or whatever you're going to do with them. But this is alternative for you. Again, just if you want to floor your pig, get with Mr. Friesenhahn at the end of the day. Thank you. Class 5 Durocs, go ahead and start bringing those up when you're ready. Class 5 Durocs.
young lady's hog that's going to win this class. I think the longer you study this lineup and you just take it from a basic standpoint, try to find wide-built, functional type of hogs that have the right kind of mobility, yet still, I guess, satisfy this show judge's need for some muscle and some product in them. I think that hog does that to a very high degree. I think this one balances and is a bit fresher than our hog in 2. Young lady's hog in 2nd doesn't have the same dimension out of his hip as our class winner. Our class winner to me just became the one that just added up the longest list of positives. You know, could you maybe change the way his knee sets in him and make him stronger on his front feet? Sure, you could if you were to perfect him. But in this class, he still runs uphill, gives you a good look, and I think that one's just boldness, dimension on a square skeleton allows him to win this lineup. In 2nd, the young lady's hog coming directly at me is going to be in 2, and I thought this hog came at you really good. He's opened up through his chest. I like the shape to his rib, and I think everything makes sense. You get directly behind him, and you can get critical of him and say he needs more muscle in a market hog setting right there through the seat of his britches, through his ham and stifle, and our gilt in 3rd definitely has that. But I prefer this one's build and his flexibility. He's square built, and not only is he more attractive, but is just a bit more in line with how I want their hawk to lay in him than is our gilt that we have in 3rd. The gilt in 3rd, the young lady's done a tremendous job with. Hair and skin is perfect, and she shows it very, very good. With that being said, this gilt's a little bit shorter and rounder out of her hip. When I get behind her, she wants to pull in her back leg, pull in her hawk joint, and at the same time, I want to change that and make that look just a bit more correct for my mind. She's out in her stifle joint, then comes in her hawk, then her rear foot will want to be just a bit outside of her. And so I need to change that view when she leaves me, but freshness and muscle shape are definitely good on her. Young man's hog that we have in 4 from the side, you can like a lot about this gilt. She's extended, she's long and level in the way she's put together. She gets a bit too closed up today. I want to make her a bit bolder there in her rib shape, make her a little bit wider, driving directly at me. But from the side, you have to like a lot about her. Young man's hog in 5. I know when I let him back out here, he decided to be a little bit different in the way he's getting out and going. You know, you just talked about that one in a market hog setting. He's arguably the most powerful. He's arguably the most product driven. But whenever you stand back and try to make him show hogs out here today, I need to make him a bit looser out of his hip, a little bit better in the way he gets out and travels. But his width, the chest, body shape, and muscle are very good. And that young man's done a great job out here also. Congratulations to our exhibitors. Let's put our hands together for them.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in Class 4 Durocs. 10th place goes to Cade Kurz, Marion FFA. 9th place is Armando Gonzalez, Marion FFA. 8th place is Sullivan St. John, Navarro 4-H. 7th place is Taylor Brawley, Seguin FFA. 6th place goes to Kylie Leggett, Cibolo Creek FFA. 5th place goes to Silo Jaquez Calami, Marion FFA. 4th place goes to Tyler Schneider, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Brooke Reiniger, Marion FFA. 2nd place, Abigail Chambers, Santa Clara 4-H. And our class winner is Layla Franklin, Seguin FFA. Congratulations to all. Our Seguin Swine Breeders bump check will be going to Brooke Reiniger. The breeder of her pig is 4L Show Pigs. Congratulations to all. Class 5 Durocs are entering the ring arena right now. Immediately after this class, we'll be judging for our champion and reserve champion Duroc. Lightweight Hampshires in the barn. Start getting them ready.
First class is one in first and second place for the first 2 classes.
Attention in the barn. If you had a first or second place Duroc pig in the first 2 classes, Class 1 and Class 2, you need to start bringing them up right now for our champion drive. Class 1 and Class 2 Durocs. I need the first and second place pigs in those 2 classes. Just a reminder, if you want to show in showmanship this afternoon, after the judging of the grand champion hogs, you need to sign up at the end of the table over here with Stephanie. Again, if you want to show in showmanship, you must be signed up. Thank you.
I find it enjoyable to stand back and sort through the top four in this class, and with that, I feel like the joy probably comes from having to bear down and really think through some things, because as we get out here, I know these hogs are quite a bit different from one another, and as we study them, our class-winning gilt, from a very basic standpoint, is a white skeleton mobile hog that in a market hog setting undeniably is the most powerful and the most muscular of our top four. And with all that extra dimension and power from behind, she's still square in her hock. Her range of motion from the side is good. And so honestly, the longer I start studying the top end in this class, I become very comfortable with her being our class winner, because she's freshly presented, she's square built, and very, very powerful in her makeup. Young Man's Baron second, that one from the side, and it took him to get out to the big ring for me to realize just how good that hog was from just the balance standpoint. His height to shoulder extension and just his flexibility is very, very good. You know, you get directly behind him, and I want to give him just a shot more muscles. You take him down to his stifle area, and at the same time, he'll pull in his hock just a bit. But coming at you, he's a white-chested hog. Whenever you study his freshness from blade to hip, I think is very, very good. And honestly, as I stand back and I study 2, 3, and 4, I just come back to this hog for being one that comes together really good from the side, yet still doesn't disappoint when I study him driving directly at us. The hog in 3 is a very freshly presented hog that I like in terms of its turn that it offers out of the upper portion of its skeleton, a bold-bodied hog that the young ladies fed extremely well. With that, I wish whenever it tracked directly away, it took that width that it had on the top part of its skeleton and translated that to just a bit bigger base whenever you study him going directly away. He's good coming at you, and whenever he was in the small pen, I was quick to pin him because his front 2/3 are very, very good. I get behind him, and I just want him to read just a little bit more powerful and burly whenever you study him tracking away. He's a bit smaller footed. He's a bit frailer about his rear leg, and then he wants to come in just a bit whenever he leaves us. Coming out next, we have a bear that's opened up through his chest. He's stout-skulled and big-formed. I love those things about him. Of the top 4, where I drew the line is I read this hog to be just a little bit drier in terms of his body shape, not quite as good whenever you just study his shape and his presentation and freshness down the top side of his skeleton. But whenever you study his shoulder height, he's a stout 4-armed hog that has the right kind of stoutness to feature. I like those things about him. You get behind him, he'll fade in terms of his width and dimension from up high to down low. And I too want to change the shape to his back left. It's just a little bit off and just not quite as square as some of the hogs we had up ahead of him. Coming out in 5, we have a gilt that's really opened up and stout, and I like those things about her. From the side of the top 5, she'll be the most disconnected. Right there where her crest blends into her blade, she'll break in her ham-loin junction, and when you study her motion, she's just a bit hesitant and just a little bit off in terms of the way she gets out and travels. Love that one, stoutness of form and feature, a muscular hog that still has the right kind of cutability. I want to change the way she balances and blends together. A great class, if you will. Let's put our hands together for our Duroc exhibitors there in our heavyweights.
Placings in Class 5 Durocs are as follows. 6th place goes to Bethany McCormick, Navarro 4H. 5th place goes to Briston Birdwell, Marion FFA. 4th place goes to Avery Larios, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Brooke Stevens, Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Gavin Bennett, Marion FFA. And our class winner was Carson Pierce from the New Berlin 4-H. Carson will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders bump check. Her pig was purchased from Kelso Genetics. Congratulations to all. We will now judge for our champion, Duroc. Hampshire's Class 1, go ahead and bring them to the holding area. Hampshire's Class 1.
Randy Real, please come to the announcer stand. Randy Real.
Well, the Duroc show was, like I said on the last class, very enjoyable to work through. Not the easiest group of hogs to try to piece together. But as we get back out here, I'm very satisfied with the ones that we have in front of us. Are they all exactly the same? No, they're not. And I can admit that as a judge from time to time. Because once I go ahead and call them wide enough and sound enough, then we're going to get some differences in terms of, where do we push the envelope here or there. And at another token, as we get back out here, I think all are in contention. I don't think we have one too old or too past its prime or too small and too lightweight out here, because as you study them all out here, I do think that they represent hogs that have reached a market weight and do that rather nicely. And so as we get out here and I go through my check points, I guess, if you want to call it that, one more time. Study them coming at me, study them from the side in terms of where they balance and blend together and just making sure their skeletons are put together right. There's one that suits me the best, and honestly is the one that the longer I read, the longer I just become a bigger fan of. And so as we get out here, I do think a champion that we're going to name is the one that, as you study them, comes at you correctly in terms of width of chest, strength of front foot, good in terms of their body shape and muscularity, and then everything still proportions together. The skeleton works like it needs to. Young lady out of class number 1 is driving your champion. Congratulations to her. Well, as we get out here for reserve, I do think it's awfully close. I think all these hogs are very nice, and there are areas I would change them just a bit. The second place lightweight comes back in. I was probably just a little bit critical of that one back in class. She reads maybe just not quite as mature or quite as far along in terms of just her body shape and the way things blend together from the side. Probably tweak her blade angle just a bit, but I do like her power and just the stoutness of skeleton that she offers. Our class 2 hog, that one's presence and height of shoulders, very, very good. I thought that gilt probably gets the flattest ribbed and just the flattest sided of the ones out here. But that one's flexibility and look is honestly maybe the best that we have in the lineup. The young lady's gilt that's being just a little bit hard-headed. I mentioned back in class, maybe not the one that you're drawn to right away, but whenever you study just the fundamentals of her, she's very, very nice. our heavyweight hogs, one that I thought separated herself in that drive for being the big, heavyweight, compositionally correct hog that was extra power yet still mobile. You get her back out here and compare to some of our lighter weight hogs for all that muscle and mass that she has. I would probably like to intensify her bone work for everything just to match and blend together a bit better. And then our class winner directly in front of me, this bear I think is very fundamental. He's opened up. He's bold and fresh in terms of his center body, and I do think he's a mobile bear that gets around the ring good. I don't know if that bear is just Blade and Easton in him just right. I don't mean to sound too critical, but just want to go through the thought process that I do have because I feel like as an audience, you deserve to know what's going on in the judge's mind. And so I'm going to take one more look and shake the hand of our reserve champion, Duroc. But before I do that, please put your hands together for our exhibitors that we have in the ring and the ones that have already headed back to the pen.
We had a equipment malfunction here, so I'm back on live again. Our champion Duroc was Emily Clutter from the Marion FFA, and our reserve champion, Layla Franklin, Seguin FFA. Congratulations to you both. Lightweight Hamps are coming in right now. Lightweight Hamps. Attention in the barn. Immediately following the judging of the champion and reserve champion Hamp, we will take a lunch break for approximately 30 to 45 minutes. And When we come back, we will start with our lightweight Yorkshires immediately after the lunch break.
The young man that wins this class is excited, and I think he should be, because I don't think it's an easy class to win. As we stand back and we study this lineup, I do think the top three come to the forefront rather easily, in my opinion. And then whenever you study the three that we have driving out here, our class winner is the best in the way he utilizes his skeleton. His hind leg is better than our second place in regards to staying more within himself. I think he's very loose in terms of the way he gets out and travels. I think he's stout enough featured and it matches everything. I just think, honestly, that hog's hard to pick a hole in. He's wide enough. He's really good skeleton. And then I think the young man's done a great job in terms of freshness and getting him presented. The gilt that we have in 2, whenever you get up and you study the hogs from above, she's better in just the shape and just the expression that she offers from blade to hip. And I like those things about her. Really opened up through the base of her chest, and that translates to the right kind of rib cage, both in her upper rib and also through the base of her body cavity. I get just a bit critical of the gilt that's tighter in her ham-loin junction for being just a little bit wider in the way she leaves me. And I, too, would change the shape to her back ride if I could just a bit. The gilt that we have in 3, I wish she'd settle down, or just kind of settle in, I should say, and show herself off, because she's a stout-skulled, wide-chested hog, and I like those things about her. She's really good in the muscularity that she offers. I like her skull shape and size, her forearms big and stout and tough appearing, and I love that about her. With that being said, though, she's a little steeper out of her hip, and then whenever we study her and the way she wants to act today, she has a little bit extra set to her hock and just kind of searches with it and never just settles down and is comfortable out here. But I think that hog offers a lot of good, and I compliment that young lady for doing everything she can with that gilt out here today. The hog in 4, I was initially pretty hard on this one in the small pin because he is a bit rounder in terms of his build. He's lower at the point of his shoulder, steeper out of his hip just a bit. Whenever you dig down and you study that hog, though, I really like the way he opens up through his chest. He's a bold-bodied hog that offers enough muscle, and then I think that one's skeleton is really nice. And so a nice hog there. Just wish we could make him a bit better from the side. We conclude our top 5 with the gilt that's just pushing the envelope a little bit for being a bit too moderate for this judge in a lightweight setting. I wish I could make her appear to be just a little bit bigger in terms of her kind. She's a little bit shorter closer to the ground, and shorter bodied. With that being said, I wish I could make her just a little bit longer and more extended everywhere. I think today we have her maybe just a little bit extra full, and that those offer proportionality, but a nice class of lightweight hamps.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our Class 1 Hampshires. 8th place goes to Tanner Ray, Marion FFA. 7th place is Hannah Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. 6th place goes to Hayden Warndell, Navarro FFA. 5th place goes to Jacob Cassidy, Navarro FFA. 4th place goes to Kaylee Kunchik, Navarro FFA. 3rd place is Lena Loyola, New Berlin, Marion FFA, excuse me. 2nd place is Jacob Brownie, Navarro FFA. And our class winner was Jake Schulze, Marion FFA. Our Seguin Swine Breeders bump check for $100 will be going to Hannah Kaiser. The breeder on her hog is Alderson Farms. Congratulations to all. Class 2 is coming in the ring right now. We have 10 entered, placing 8. Hampshire Class 3, go ahead and get your pigs ready. We'll be calling you in a minute. Attention to the barn, Class 3 Hampshires. Go ahead and start bringing them to the holding area. Class 3 Hampshires. Exhibitors, please make sure that you get your picture taken with the animal that you plan to sell. The photo backdrop is on the northwest corner of the barn, but you must have a picture if you're going to sell. Thank you. Exhibitors, after the Hampshire class is judged, we judge our champion and reserve champion Hampshire. We will break for lunch for 30 to 45 minutes approximately. Lightweight Yorks will be the first class in after we come back from lunch break. So you Yorkshire exhibitors, don't go too far away, okay? Thanks.
All righty, as we get here into class 2 of our Hampshire, an incredible pair to study out here in the ring. I think both young people bring hogs to the show, and I guarantee you both of them had high hopes for them. I think a pair of hogs that are similar, but at the same time offer some differences. The young man's bear that's going to win this class, I like how this hog reads like an elevated, extended type of hog. In my opinion, just reads to be just a bit more genuine from a composition standpoint. At the same time, he's a loose structured hog that's so good whenever you study the crease and the shape working down his top side. I like that expression that he carries to the edge of his loin. He's a long-hipped bear that's loose structured. He has some extra set to his hock just a bit, and then, that can make things look maybe just a little bit awkward from time to time. But that hog's been driving for a while, and he's still staying so loose structured. I like his balance, and I prefer, the way that hog comes together from the side. I like the way he matches from one region of his body to the next. And like I said, I like that he's a powerful, stout-featured hog that's still so loose in terms of his mobility. The hog in second, this gilt, she is just as bold as any we've seen today through the center portion of her body cavity. She's really good as you study her boldness of blade and how she works down the top side of her skeleton. The young lady's done a great job in terms of skin and hair and presentation for the show today. With that, comparatively to this bear that we have that wins the class, I read her to be just a little bit more moderate in terms of her type and kind, a little shorter bodied, a little bit closer to the ground. I like to strengthen up her front feet, extend her out just a bit, and make her match that presence that we had in our class winner. But I absolutely love the way she opens up through the base of her chest. Her body cavity, like I've mentioned, and then just her squareness of build is very, very good. I know County Fair's close calls have to be made. That's the closest one that we've had today because they're different, and the young people have done such a good job. The hog in third, she likes to scream and be a little bit hard to deal with, but once you look past that and you study her, I think that's a stout feature, genuine, shapely hog that doesn't have the same just freshness and body shape and rib today as some of the other ones, but like that one's stoutness and muscularity that she offers. The gilt that we have coming out next, I was initially a little bit harder on this one. I'd blend her differently in her ham-loin junction, and then the longer I look at her, past that hog has a lot of good. She's good in the roll out of the backside of her blade. I like the freshness of body that she has. She's big-hipped, yet still square hock. I just wish when we got off to the side, you could pull her down in her flank, bolden her up in her forerib, and blend her nicer there in her ham loin. We conclude with the bear that does probably have just a shot more cover than some we've had today. He's a little shorter faced, has just a little bit more there in terms of his jowl, and not as extended as some of the other hogs that we saw. But that one's rib shape and muscle I think is very appropriate. I thought he was a flexible, functional kind of hog that deserved a spot here in the top 5. But a really good class. My congratulations to those exhibitors, if you would. Let's put our hands together for them as we work through class 3 of our Hamp show.
Hello. Thank you, Judge. Our placings in Hampshire Class 2. Harley Frost was 8th place. 7th place was Ryland Dodd, Cibolo Creek FFA. 6th place was Chloe Reinert, New Berlin 4-H. 5th place was Jolene Swicky, New Berlin 4-H. 4th place is Luke Vogel, Navarro FFA. 3rd place is Emily Chambers, Santa Clara 4-H. 2nd place goes to Holly Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. And our class winner is Chance Chiranza of New Berlin 4-H. Congratulations. Chance will also be the recipient of our Seguin Swine Breeders bump check for $100. And that breeder was Greg and Vince Frank Koviak. Congratulations to all. Class 3 now is entering the ring. We have 13 head. We're placing 10. Class 4, go ahead and start getting ready. We'll call you in a bit. Class 4 Hampshires, go ahead and start bringing those to the holding area. Class 4 Hampshires.
What a class, and to be expected as we get into the middle to heavyweight Hampshires, things get tough. And I think this class, there's hogs already back at the pen laying down that a lot of the times would make the top 5 at a county fair. And so if you are ringside, before we break down this class, let's put our hands together for our exhibitors here in Class 3 of Hamps. They're putting in tons and tons of work, and I know today, and some of them probably went back to the pens just a little bit devastated. And so I stand out here, and I took a knee to study the hogs, and I just can't tell you how much I enjoy analyzing livestock and having the ability, or at least I guess I could say opportunity, to stand in the ring and judge hogs, and it's fun. It's very, very fun. A good pair. With it being said, though, whenever the young ladies' Barra is just going across the ring, I'm just drawn to that hog. I think his stoutness of feature, he's a bigger forearmed hog. He's a taller shouldered, more extended Barra, whose skull shape and the way he blends together at the top side of his crest and goes level down his top and good out of his hip. I think everything just comes together, and to me, hits me like a show hog. I think that one, proportions really, really good. I like that one's shape to his center body. Young lady has his top looking right on today in terms of not only the clip job, but this hydration and his freshness is very, very good. That Barra, he'll like to go, and I love his range of motion. You get in, you study him. I think his hock still stays within the plane of his skeleton. Naysayers would say when he goes a little quick, you might want to kick his back right out just a bit, but the longer I study him, I call it correct, and I call it appropriate, and I like him to win this class. The young man's gilt that we have in 2, I think this one just comes out, and it's really hard to pick a hole in her, and I say that because the young man's done such a good job of making sure her body just shape and feel and everything matches her very appropriately. I like this gilt better than the hog in 3rd when we study the length out of her rump, the way she blends together from the side. Compared to our class winner, she's a little bit frailer about her front leg, not quite as just stout in terms of her bone work and foot size at the ground. She, too, doesn't just read just as captivating as the Barra that won the class, but I do think her structural correctness and her squareness are things like a good deal to stay there in 2. Come out in 3, this is a stouty, if you will, because whenever you study him through his skull and forearm, that's an extremely good first impression when we're in the little pen off to the side, because that Barra comes out and hits you awfully hard. At least he did me. I like the way that hog comes out the backside of his blade. He's bold-bladed, good in his shape that he spreads from blade to hip and big out of his hip when he's stepping behind him. I thought of the top 3 whenever we step to the side and start to study him. He gets just a bit crestier about his neck, gets a little bit just shorter and maybe a little rounder out of his hip, and didn't hit me as hard whenever you back off, and you study those top 3. But you want to talk about making him wide, stout, yet still mobile. That hog in 3rd is awfully good. The one we have coming out in 4th, I like this hog for just her length and levelness and the way she's put together. She's a loose, structured, flexible type of hog. With that being said, drop her next to the top end of this class, and she reads a bit flatter bodied, not nearly as massive, and she'll taper there to the base of her rib cage, give her a shot more punch right there in terms of her forerib and make her just read a bit more massive. But I really like that hog structure and look and the way she's put together. We conclude our top 5 with the hog that this was the first one in the ring to me on the far side, and I knew this class was going to be awfully good. I need to change the way he's constructed in his joint work from behind. He has a little bit of swelling there, and I'm hesitant to work that further up as we work through the hog show today, but I do like the way that one profiles and comes together. He's a stout-featured muscular Barra that shapely. I just want to change some of that swelling that we have in our rear joints. But a good class from top to bottom. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our Class 3 Hampshires. 10th place goes to Madison Bird, Marion FFA. 9th place goes to Kendra Ross, Marion FFA. 8th place goes to Amber Niles, Marion FFA. Seventh place goes to Paisley Shane Vogel, Marion FFA. Sixth place goes to Hadley Moat, Marion FFA. Fifth place goes to Cheyenne, Marion FFA. Fourth place goes to Carson Pierce, New Berlin 4-H. Third place goes to Trenton Mills, Marion FFA. Second place goes to Cade Pape, Marion FFA. And your class winner was Haley Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. The Skiing Swine Breeders Bump Check in this class goes to our second place pig, Cade Pape. His pig was bred by 4L Show Pigs. Congratulations to all. Coming in right now will be our Class 4 Hampshires. We have 7 entered, placing 5.
As we get into our final class here in our Hampshire show today, we have our top three still driving out here. The young ladies gilt that wins this class, I think, does so whenever you get up and you study her. She's very genuine in just the shape that she has working throughout. I like how she's a mobile hog that still continues to go at the right kind of range of motion and flexibility out here. Stout skull opened up good in terms of her freshness. I thought that gilt came out and right away kind of set the bar pretty high. The gilt that we have in second, young man's doing a good job with the bold-bodied hog that's wide and dimensional from behind. With that, she's just a little bit shorter up ahead of her blade, gets a little crestier there at the top side of her neck, and I read her to just have a bit more cover on her than does our class winner. Our class winner reads so just genuine and real from a composition standpoint, but I really like that hog's power. She looks productive. I think that one has more dimension and just product working out of her hip and throughout than does the bear we have in three. The bear we have in three is loose structured and good striding. I think he's very fundamental, but in this class, we have to have just a little bit more. When we get directly behind him, I want to power him up just a bit, freshen him up at the top side of his skeleton ever so slightly, but definitely a mobile, sound structured one whose joint works better than the hog we have in fourth. The hog I have in fourth, I had to make a call as a show judge, and that's, I guess, kind of my job out here today, but I say that because I have to change her hocks. She's really swollen in those, and she needs to be square. But from there up, that young man's driving a hog that would push the entire class. With that being said, though, I've got to change the way her rear skeleton's aligned. If we change that, she could go up higher. I thought the front 7/8 of her, if you will, because if we get just to one little part, I got to change. But from there up and forward, that gilt's very, very good, and that young man's done a great job with her out here today. And then we conclude our top five with the hog that is sound structured and loose striding. This bear is just a little bit more moderate. He's a little bit softer on his front feet. I want to make him stronger on his front pasterns and make him just a bit more dimensional all the way throughout. But a nice class, one that had some differences as we worked into our heavyweights.
Thank you, Judge. Our results in Class 4 Hampshires are as follows. Fifth place is Taylor Brawley, Seguin FFA. Fourth place is Justin Brawny, Navarro FFA. Third place is Colby Schultz, Marion FFA. Second place is Cass Pape, Marion FFA. And class winner is Holly Alderson, Marion FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeder's bump check will be going to Cass Pape. The breeder of his hog was 4L Show Pigs. We will now judge for our champion Hampshire.
Well, the Hamps have been incredibly good, and as we get out here to a closure, I think we have 4 really good class winners that, as we work through some of our bigger, more competitive classes, I'm very pleased with the 4 that we have out in front of us. I actually do think they mirror the same type in terms of their flexibility, the way everything fits together and the way they balance together, I think is very good. And I do like the way these hogs come out here, and all of them come at you like they need to, at least in my opinion, opened up good in terms of their skeletons. And at the same time, the young people and their families and friend groups have done such a good job of preparing them today. And I always like to bring that up because I know the work that can go into making sure one of them just, or in all of them, but, just a hog that, looks right whenever you study, just if you want to call it being game time on show day in terms of just freshness, skin and hair, and, hydration and those type of things. And so kudos to everybody behind these 4 and some of the other ones we have down the line. We went through and we talked about them each in class, and as we get back out here, I think that these hogs, they all can make a push to go ahead and be our champion Hampshire today as we work through the hog show. But with that being said, I feel like there's one that comes out here and is very ring-owning, I guess is how I'm going to phrase it. We have 4 going, but I just continue to be attracted to one of them in regards to being one that has a great presence to it, yet still reads stout-featured and fresh, and I like the way everything just fits together. I think its proportionality suits me best when we talk about extension, matching length of body, and matching length and levelness out of their hip. Young lady at Class 3 is driving our champion. Congratulations to her.
Champion Hampshire goes to Haley Kaiser, Marion FFA. New Berlin for you, excuse me. We will now judge for our reserve.
As we get us a reserve Hamp before we take our lunch break and we get back after it, after lunch, I think once again we drop our second place Skilton. I think she falls right in line. I mentioned back in class, I thought that hog just blended together and balanced real good from the side. A gilt that's hard to put a hole in. With that being said, I think you can come down between 3 of them out here, and they do offer their differences. But at the same time, I think there's one that's so good whenever you study them from above. I love the way they come out the backside of their blade and just the shape and turn they take back over their top side, yet still stays very square and put together good from just a skeleton and framework standpoint. Young lady out of Class 4 is driving our reserve.
Reserve champion Hampshire goes to Holly Alderson, Marion FFA. Congratulations. We are now going to break for lunch, approximately 30 to 45 minutes. And we'll come back and we'll start with our lightweight Yorkshire. So if you have a lightweight Yorkshire, stay close to the premises, if you will. Thank you.
Well, I gave you all my love and I gave you all my trust and I gave you everything that you need. But you only told me lies and you made me Gonna hit the ground running, baby, I'm running, baby, I'm running, 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 running. Gonna hit the ground running, running, running just as fast as I can. Gonna hit the ground running, running, running just as fast as I can. Gonna hit the ground running, ooh, oh, running, baby, baby, running, running now. Ooh, running just as fast as I'm running, just as fast as I can. One, all right. Come on! Yeah! Here we go! Yeah! 1, 2, 3, 4! Come on! Let's go! Yeah! All right. Living the moment till I die. And I'm gonna chase it. And I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it. No matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna chase it. And I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it. No matter how hard we try. Fire in the veins, I fight to gain. Breaking all the rules to keep me sane. Living the moment till I die. And I'm gonna chase it. And I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it. No matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna chase it. And I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it. No matter how hard we try. No matter how hard we try. One shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah, I was building on the lecture. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true stock trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The breeze come freeze up. Straight dropping the kills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. A ball break sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. New memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best, yes. Painting pictures for the culture, keep the brushes fresh. Flip the cover, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is our teacher, under pressure, now we blessed. See, I was so good for the code. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah, it's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah, I'ma let him. All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah, I'ma let him. Early bird, go get the worm in the dirt. I could show you what I'm worth. My hands in the dirt. From where they look when you not. A hand in your purse. Hell if you think I'm last, hey, last should be first. Go ahead and go feast your eyes. Chefing up, cooking them pies. Leaving no slice, believe on a guy. Who in demand and who got supplies? You on the land, me I'm fly. Look at the miles, I be in skies. Right by my side, miss look at them thighs. Up in Dubai. You see us. Black man, black sand beaches. Yeah. Backhand if you slick speaking. Yeah. Cut off if that hand reaches. Right. Sucker, I ain't about y'all leeches. All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah. All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah, I'ma let him. Women with sharks in the tank, Aquaman with how I think. How many can step on the stage and say they taking their art to the bank? You pulling rank, boy, I'm sharp as a shank. Making you step to the plank, the Capitan. Come get me if you can, I'ma get you if you can. This ain't a prank, I have you waving the flag. Could say I'm all in my bag, getting my bags. Never see me getting bagged by the police sitting in the back. Only if it's with a drink, I tell these shorties relax. It's the return of the Mac, you the return of the slack. I let it burn with the facts, opposites they do attract. I don't go mess with the ops, I just be calling the shots. Like I was holding the chop, then I go hit up the block. Cop me a cheese and chop, probably go get me some top. Release for aftershock, then I return to the plot. Jacking the gold at the pot, gotta get it while it's hot.
That's what the love of money does.
was an ordinary day. Then she walked in and looked my way. With just a glance, yeah, I was sold. My head in disarray. How are ya? How's your night been gone? I said, I'm not that type of guy, you know. But why don't we talk? Yeah, let me buy you a drink. And then she kissed my face, yeah. I'm falling. I was all in. Now I'm running to survive. You got me in overdrive. I'm running, yeah, you've done it. I'm running so fast, you love it. I hope this day it never ends now. The pretty face has got me in overdrive. After she had me in her grips, then she let go and tossed me in. Just like a shirt into the wash. We'll never know what could have been. I want another chance to prove that I could be the one for you. How could you make me feel so good and then do those evil things you do now? I'm falling. I was all in. Now I'm running to survive. You got me in overdrive. I'm running, yeah, you've done it. I'm running so fast, you love it. I hope this day it never ends now. Your pretty face has got me in overdrive. was walking by the ocean, feeling all emotion. When she came right up next to me, I got caught up in the moment. Felt like we were frozen, like it was literally meant to be. Time stood still right there. Time stood still right there. We rode the sun, we became.
Oh, there's always some. Anytime it's competitive, people want to win.
Behind me or alongside me, I strip all the way down to the Union 1. And that's a back down behind me. Get in the
Lightweight Yorkshires come to the holding area. We need 6 head. We're placing 5. Judge, you ready? Ring helpers, or we need you in the ring right now. Medium weight Yorkshire exhibitors, get your pigs up and ready. We'll be calling in a few minutes. Medium weight Yorkshires, go ahead and start bringing those to the holding area. Medium weight Yorkshires.
Well, as we crank back up after lunch on our lightweight Yorkshires, a really nice class, and the young man's bear that's going to win this particular drive was the first one in, and I thought it was going to be hard to beat him, and I don't think one came in that hit me as hard, and then once they get out here to the bigger ring, this bear has a really stout feature. I prefer his extra just stoutness whenever you study his framework and study him at the surface, and when at the same time, he opens up good through his chest, has the right shape to his center body, and then from above, I really like that one's expression and just shape all the way through. I also like how that's a big, powerful, stout hog that keeps his hind legs square and within himself. Young man's gilt, that's going to be second. I really like this gilt's flexibility. He's done a great job feeding this gilt because her center body fill and shape to her upper rib is very, very good. With that, compared to our bear that wins the class, she gets a little bit frailer at the surface, doesn't open up quite as good through the base of her chest, but I do like the length and levelness of her hip from the profile that allows her to come together really good. Our class winner could be modified there ever so slightly. I think that gilt's profile and extra just mass and bulk allow her to beat the hog that we have coming in 3. Young man does a really good job with the gilt in 3rd. Who from the side you can like a lot about. She's tall fronted, level, good out of her hip, and her skeleton works very good. Unfortunately, though, as you get up and you study the hogs from above, she's a bit flatter ribbed, doesn't have the same just shape to her center body, and at the same time, I like to give her just a shot more spread as you study her at the backside of her blade, but definitely a flexible, good structured, very nice looking one there to be in 3. In 4th, we have a gilt that's a bit more forward in the angle to her shoulder blade and a little bit steeper at her hip, but up high, she's really good in her shape. I like to bolden her up in her rib, drop her flank, and allow her center body to match her frame size just a little bit more. But I thought her shape and expression and freshness was just a bit better than the hog that we have coming out in 5. A young man's hog in 5 is loose structured and sound. He gets a bit plainer in his muscle shape down his top, and then from behind, I like to spread him and give him just a bit more width and dimension. But once again, a long-bodied, flexible, good kind of hog to be in 5. If you would, let's put our hands together for our young people in our first class after lunch.
Placings in our lightweight Yorkshires. 5th was Hayden Warrendale, Navarro FFA. 4th was Aubrey Bowman, Cibolo Creek FFA. 3rd was Weston Warrendale, Navarro FFA. 2nd was Corey Dilling, Marion FFA. And our class winner was Cason Clufus, Marion FFA. Our Seguin swine breeders, the bump check goes to 4th place, Aubrey Bowman. Pig came from MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations to all. Entering the ring now, we have our medium weight Yorkshires. We have 5 head entered. We'll be placing 4. Heavyweight Yorkshires. Go start getting your pigs ready to go. Heavyweight Yorkshires. Again, we want to announce if you're wanting to participate in our showmanship after this judging of the grand and reserve, you need to sign up over here at the table in the announcer stand. See Stephanie, she has the list. It's open to everyone who wants to participate, but you must sign up. Also, please make sure you get your pictures of your animals. You must have a picture for it if you're going to go through the auction. And also turn in your auction cards at the end of the day, or before the end of the day, excuse me. Thank you. Again, I'd like to go ahead and introduce you to our judge if you weren't here this morning earlier. Our judge is Quest Newberry. He resides in Brenham, Texas, where he's currently an instructor and livestock judging coach at Blinn. Quest obtained his master's and bachelor's degrees from Texas A&M University. He's helping manage show pigs for his family, and he's begun to raise his own herd of show pigs. He's had the opportunity to judge livestock at county, district, and state levels across the United States. Again, welcome, Quest Newberry, and thank you for the job you're doing.
No, it's working. It just, I think they have to turn it off. They have to turn it on then. Okay. Yeah. It works. Well, yeah.
Here in our second class of our Yorkshires, the young ladies guilt directly in front of me is going to be our class winner. I think this one comes out and makes a claim to win this class pretty easily. I think this one's the best whenever you study her, just from a freshness standpoint, yet still reads like a powerful hog out of her hip. She has the right kind of dimension and spread. From the side, things fit together and balance really nicely. I think a nice hog go ahead and win this class. In second, we have a very powerful gilt that is a bit stouter skulled. She's a bit stouter about her forearm, and undoubtedly reads like a very powerful hog down her top and from behind. With that being said, she's a bit crestier at the top side of her neck. Doesn't blend together quite as good from the side, but in a market hog setting, that one's width, shape, and product are things that like a good deal. The gilt that we have coming out in third is more extended, and honestly, from the side, I prefer this one's extra elevation, look, and presence just a shot more because blade forward, she does have a really nice look, and I think this gilt also has a really good hind leg in regards to its reach and function. With that, though, when I get up and I study them from above and behind, this gilt doesn't spread with the same just power and dimension as the top pair of hogs. I'd blend her a bit better there in her ham-loin junction. If she was better there, I could probably call her the better balanced, better structured one and work her up a spot, but consequently, she settles there in third, but definitely one you have to like from the side. Coming out in fourth, we have a bear that's very bold in his upper rib, and I like his center body. Just a good kind of productive, practical kind of bear that has the right kind of range of motion and mobility. With that, I want to stouten him up, in his bone work towards the ground. At the same time, I want to make him a bit square in his hind leg and give him just a shot more just dimension and shape whenever you study him up high and from behind. But I thought that one's just looseness of build and extra chest width allowed him to rise above the hog that we had in 5. A good group there in our second class of Yorks. Good job, buddy.
Placings in your medium weight Yorkshires. Fourth place, Colby Schultz, Marion FFA. Third place goes to Randallin Waxter, Navarro FFA. Second place, Mark Pardo, Marion FFA. And first place goes to Lena Loyola, New Berlin F4H. And the Seguin Swine Breeder bump check will be going to Lena. Her hog was bred by Real Hog Farm. Congratulations to all y'all. Heavyweight Yorkshires are entering the ring now. We have 4 entered, 3 will be placing. First class, a lightweight cross. Be getting your pigs ready. After we judge the champion York, we'll be calling you up. Lightweight crosses.
Young ladies, Gilt there in the middle of the ring is going to be our class winner. In my opinion, our top 2 hogs bring forth a shot more width when they drive directly at you and have more muscle than we have in our hog in third. But when you back off and you study the hogs driving ringside and you're able to study the way they fit together, I thought this hog balanced just a bit better. She's a stronger top hog who I think fits together good whenever you study the way they come together from the side. She's tall fronted. I like her length of body and length of hip. Everything matches. She too blends her hip to the backside of her loin just a bit better than our Gilt in second. I thought that one came out and set the tone pretty high in this lineup. Young ladies Gilt that we have in second, that's a big heavyweight, big hip, dimensional type of Gilt, and I like those things about her. Definitely in a market hog setting, I like those attributes a good deal. With that, whenever you study her compared to our class winner, she maybe doesn't balance up quite as good. I like to change the way she drives directly at me just a bit through her knee and through her front foot. But when you study her from above, she's bold-bladed, she's dimensional, very, very good whenever you study her muscularity from behind. I just thought as you study that pair going around the ring, our class winner really balanced a bit better whenever you really stood off of them and analyzed them. In third, we have a Gilt that I want to make just a bit wider when she drives at me and bolden her up in terms of her center body, but a long-bodied, shapely, compositionally correct Gilt that gets just a bit outmassed and just a bit out-horsed from a product and a muscle standpoint. But I like that Gilt skeleton and structure a bit better than the hog that we had in fourth. And so a good group of Yorkshires to conclude the breed on. I look forward to the drive.
Results in your heavyweight Yorkshires are third place, Abigail Chambers, Santa Clara 4-H. Second place, Isabel Hartman, the Vero FFA. And first place goes to Haley Blades, Navarro FFA. Our Seguin Swine Breeders $100 bump check will be going to Abigail Chambers. Her pig was bred by Vince and Greg Frankowiak. Congratulations all. Lightweight crossbred pigs. Let's bring them to the holding area. Lightweight crossbreds. We're now judging for our champion, York.
As we draw to the close here in our Yorkshire show, 3 good hogs out here in the ring as our class winners, and nothing to take away from some of our other hogs that we had throughout the lineups, but I do think that these 3 separated themselves whenever we talk about our lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight class. I think these 3 come back out here and represent a lot of good. Although different in just some very minor ways, I think they all come with the right kind of width, and they're very fresh in terms of their body cavity and just the way their top sides are presented today. With that, I think it gets close amongst the pair of them, and there's opposing viewpoints. One of them lays their blade and knee onto the front side of their skeleton just a bit more appropriately and allows everything to read just a shot more comfortable whenever you study their front 1/3. And then there's another hog that comes with just a little bit stouter skeleton laid underneath them, and I think it matches the dimension they have above a shot better. And I talked early on in the morning, and I know it's been a while since then, but I like hogs to be massive and have the right kind of dimension up high, but have the stoutness of skeleton underneath them that matches and makes sense. Although not perfect, I know our champion could be a little bit different in their blade and knee. Young lady's heavyweight's going to be our champion. Congratulations to her.
Champion heavyweight Yorkshire goes to Abigail Chambers, Haley Blades, Navarro FFA, excuse me. Haley Blades.
We dropped that second place in, and just from a sheer product standpoint, you have to like that one spread and dimension. I thought it was close amongst champion and reserve, and like I mentioned initially, I thought there was some give and take. Our reserve champion is better in the angle to their blade and knee and more comfortable in their front skeleton. I thought in comparison to what this one had from just a mass, bulk, and dimension standpoint, ran out of just feature down low, and I wish we could intensify its skeleton to match everything from above. But my second favorite, I thought it was a close call. My second favorite's young lady's middleweight. Congratulations to her.
Reserve champion York goes to Lena Leola, New Berlin, 4-H. Excuse me, Marion FFA. Cross class, second cross class. Go ahead and get your pigs up and get them ready. We'll be calling for you shortly. Second class of crossbred pigs. Second class of crossbreds, go ahead and bring them to the holding area. Second class of crossbred pigs.
You go to your right. You want to take a picture. Not yet.
Well, I know we're going to have us a really good cross show, and as we get started here in class number 1, coming through the end gate, doing my initial read on how the livestock hit me, I knew this black gilt was going to come out here and be hard to kind of get around, because I feel like in this class we run into some differences from where do we sit from a maturity standpoint, and at the same time have our fair share of feet and leg things that we could change. This gilt is stout structured, so she's square built. She's tuned in, just awesome down the top side of her skeleton, and everything stays within herself. I like that whenever you look at this gilt, if you were to push her to a heavier end point, I think she's going to stay correct because her proportions read that way. I think that hog represents a type of hog that has the right kind of growth and maturity pattern to her, yet still, when you drop her in a lightweight setting, she's still game time in regards to having the right kind of mass and bulk through the center portion of her body cavity, and up high, she's awfully impressive. I know the black and white bear that I have coming out next probably doesn't have any of the bells and whistles or the extras that we've talked about today, but I personally prefer his squareness of build, his stoutness of structure, and still reading like a lean lightweight compared to the hogs that we're going to have behind him. From the side, that hog's reach is very, very good. That hog comes at me better through his knee and leaves me square in his hock. That is one that we're going to talk about here in a minute. I think that hog just represents a lot of fundamentals to a very high degree. He doesn't blow you away in any one area, and of the top three, he gives up spread and just shape down his top side, but I thought his structure and skeleton are really good. Young lady's doing a great job with the bear here that is very, very good on the top side of his skeleton, very massive, and just reads to be a power hog out here. With that being said, I do think he's flirting with being just a shot moderate. He too will pull in his knee and pull in the point of his hock. I wish I could make him a bit more consistent when he drives at me and when he drives away, but whenever you just study that one's rib shape, muscularity, and then just his freshness today at the show, you've got to like that one up in the top three, in my opinion. The bluegill coming next. I was just initially hard on this one at the get-go. I like to make her a bit stouter in her rear leg, and then when I get behind her, I get just a little bit critical how wide she wants to step from behind, and so I rode her off maybe a little bit too harsh initially. You drop her back out, and I prefer this one's extra expression and shape over the sandy-colored bear we're going to have coming out next. Of the top three, though, I do read her just a bit shorter fronted, a bit further featured, and I wish I could bring her rear leg back within herself ever so slightly. You know, initially, whenever this one comes in the gate, you have to like his stoutness of skull is with the chest, and I do like that this one has just a really stout skeleton underneath him. With that being said, whenever you study this lineup, he needs to be pushing the most cover of our initial five. I like to make this guy a bit leaner, and you can see from the top side of his crest all the way down his top side. I want it to be just read a bit trimmer, if you would. But if you just study that hog in terms of being opened up and stout skeleton, he's very good at that. And I think that allowed that bear to hit me hard initially. You drop him back out in the top five, I rate him to be just a little bit past the acceptability point in my perspective of cover and just condition, but a nice hog to be fifth here in our first class of crosses.
Placing in our cross class 1, 8th place was Jacob Cassidy, Navarro FFA. 7th place was Morgan Booker, Navarro FFA. 6th place was Cade Kurz, Marion FFA. 5th place was Kennedy Schneider, Marion FFA. 4th place was Jada Littlefield, Santa Clara 4-H. 3rd place was London Bowman, Cibolo Creek FFA. 2nd place was Jacob Brawny, Navarro FFA. And our class winner was Halen Gemler with the Marion FFA. Our Seguin Swine Breeder bump check goes to placing 4, Jada Littlefield. Her pig was bred by BC Show Pigs. Congratulations to all. Class 2 is entering the ring now. We have 10 entered. 8 will be placing. Cross class number 3, be getting your pigs ready to go. We'll call you up in a minute. Also, I've been asked to announce that if you're in the holding area and you're not a shower or a ring worker, you need to stay behind the show area. We're getting congested back there. So only the pigs and the showers are allowed in that holding area, along with our ring help. Thank you. Once again, we need to make sure that we get our pictures taken. If you're going to sell in a sale, your picture of your placing hog must be taken. Also, if you're going to show in showmanship this afternoon after the grand and reserve are judged, You need to be signed up. If you're not signed up, you will not show. So it's very important. Everybody's eligible to show, but you must sign up. Thank you. Class 3 cross. Go ahead and bring them to the holding area. Class 3 cross. Bring them on up.
Can't take somebody once.
Yes, ma'am. My fault.
An incredible class, just so much fun to be able to stand out here and watch these top three drive, and these young people have done a great job. I know I've said that a lot today, but I think if you are ringside, it's pretty easy to tell the hard work that goes into all the hogs, and as we get out here as a judge, it's really, really fun to be able to sit back and evaluate. To me, our top pair of hogs come at me just a bit stronger in regards to being opened up and square in their knee than does our hog that we have in third. With that being said, this kind of off-colored bear that we have here to start off the class, he's one that whenever you just talk about the way that individual balances and proportions from the side, he's a tall-fronted, extended bear that's still good and is set to his blade and knee up front. That hog has a really good kind of hind leg in regards to its reach and its flexibility. Then you get up and you study him, and he's very, very impressive. At the backside of his blade, he takes a really aggressive turn right there, and then has that same advantage back over the edge of his loin compared to our hog in third. That hog at the same time, he maybe does get just a scotch weaker on his front feet compared to our hog in second, but he still runs uphill, has a great look, and his mobility out here is something that I think is just tremendously good. His ability to push, plan, and do it over and over again are things I really like. This bear reads just so stout feature from his skull to his forearm to his rear leg, and I like that about him. He's a stouter forearm, square chested, and neat hog than our hog is in three. I like that hog's just dense framework laid underneath him. I like his mass and bulk. I love the shape to his rib cage. With that being said, compared to our class winner, he is really good down his top, but not as impressive as the blue ribbon hog is in this class. And at the same time, you get him behind him, I don't read him with the same kind of expression. Our class winner is very intriguing in his presence. This hog is proportional. I thought that one came out and hit me awfully hard. I love hogs like the 1 and 2, and it hurts to have to put one like that second today. In third, this young lady's done a great job with this gilt, because things that I want to change about her are things that this young lady has no control over, because I do want to base her wider at her knee set. She wants to come in and funnel in when she drives directly at me, and then from behind doesn't leave me like those bears do in terms of just a width and the way their skeleton is underneath them. But I love that one's just body shape, muscularity, freshness of presentation. That one as an individual is one that you can like a lot of things about. As I back off and study the hogs coming and going, those bears that we have in 1 and 2 just come at me a bit better. They hit me as hogs that are just naturally a bit more opened up through the base of their foundation and framework, but a nice hog there to be 3. Congratulations to that young lady. Just from a market hog standpoint, the black hog in 4 is good. Wide-chested, bold-ribbed, dimensional, really good in his shape and expression. Of the top end of this class, I read him just a little bit forward in the angle to his blade, a little bit shorter stepping in the way he gets out and plants his rear leg. We have to love that one whenever you just talk about having the right kind of shape of his forerib and center body. Top is very, very impressive, and he's muscular, leaving me. I got to make him just a bit more athletic to run with the top group in this particular lineup, but definitely a nice hog to settle in 4. We conclude with a blue gilt here that the young lady does a really good job showing. This one levels out really good from the side, like that one's length and levelness and flexibility. With that, at the top group of hogs that we have to evaluate, this one reads the tightest and the driest in the center portion of her body. I'm going to open her up there in her foreb and just give her a bolder center body, but definitely a good looking, good design one there to be 5. If you would, let's put our hands together for our young people there in class number 2, doing a tremendously good job.
Results in cross class number 2. 8th place goes to Brent McCullis, Cibolo Creek FFA. 7th place goes to Amanda Hoffman, Cibolo Creek FFA. 6th place goes to Luke Bell, Santa Clara 4-H. 5th place goes to Kelsey Booker, Navarro FFA. 4th place goes to Brooke Reiniger, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Emily Pompa, Cibolo Creek FFA. 2nd place goes to Haley Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. And our class winner is Braden Forts, Marion FFA. Braden will also receive the $100 bump check from Skeen Swine Breeders. His pig was bred by MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations to you all. Class 3 crosses are coming in right now. We have 10 entered. We'll be placing 8. Class 4, go ahead and get your pigs ready to go. We'll call you in a few minutes. Also, I've been asked to announce that we will not be able to load out any pigs until after showmanship is over with. Very important. We cannot have open gates or anything open back there, so do not load out your pigs until after showmanship is over. Thank you.
If I could have your attention real quick, just as we're starting this next class of cross, just want to have a little appreciation for our pig committee. I think they've done a great job so far. You know, we're really blessed to have all the volunteers that we have as an organization to put this show on every year. You know, we have hundreds of volunteers that make this possible. They do it on a volunteer basis, and it takes a lot of time and effort to set up, to run the show, to tear down, help at the auction and everything. So I'd like everybody to give a big round of applause to all of our volunteers out here today and last night to help us have this hog show. And I just want to thank everybody for coming out and hope to see you guys on Saturday at the auction.
Class 4 crossbreds, go ahead and start bringing them to the holding area. Class 4 crossbreds, bring your pigs to the holding area. Everyone, I hate to sound like a broken record, but please make sure that if you want to do showmanship after we judge the grand and reserve, that you sign up prior to. If you're not on the list, you will not show. Also, make sure that you get your pictures taken today. I know some of you have cattle showing tomorrow and you're undecided. Just get your picture made anyway. You don't have to purchase the picture, but at least it'll be taken, okay? Thank y'all. Want to thank our Seguin swine breeders once again for adding on a $100 bonus to everybody that purchases pigs from the group. We have quite a few. We'll give you a tally after the show's over with of how many pigs actually they placed. But the Seguin swine breeders, the members consist of the following: Chuck Rial, Kelso Genetics, Marshall Stry, Robert Hebner, Daggy Show Pigs, Greg and Vince Frankowiak, Warren Lampman, 5 Show Pigs, Alderson Farms, 4L Show Pigs, Mason Schultz, MT Hart Livestock, BC Show Pigs, Beck Show Pigs, and Jeff Langemar. Thanks to these individuals who put these funds together. I believe we had 17 checks issued last night for $100 at the breeding show. And I don't have the tally just yet of what's going to be paid today, but it's quite a sum of money, and we do appreciate y'all wholeheartedly. Thank you.
As we get into class number 3 and we reach a halfway point in our Crossbred show, definitely a class that I think initial impressions versus what the hogs are like once I get them back here in the top 5 and study them, they definitely changed. I'm very satisfied with our top pair of hogs for being ones that have the right kind of width and stoutness and muscularity to them. With that, the young lady's gilt that wins this class probably could be just a little bit looser and more flexible in the way she uses her hock. But that hog runs uphill. She's opened up through the base of her skeleton. I like that one's center body and how that translates to the right kind of spread and shape up high. And the longer I study this lineup, I really like that gilt to go ahead and take first place in this group. Even though we could make her just a shot more flexible, I thought she separated herself. The bear that we have in 2, whenever you just study him fundamentally, I think this hog just continued to work up in my mind. Whenever you study him compared to our class winner, he maybe wants to taper just a bit. And whenever you study him from the top side of his hip down to the ground, he kind of gets just a little within himself more than what I would term ideal. But whenever you study his skull and form, I really like those things about him. He's a loose structured bear. Our class winner is very impressive in the shape that she has down the top side of her skeleton. He probably doesn't match that quite as much, but I thought that one satisfied just having some extra mass and power to him. Then does our gilt in second. I guess there's parts about the gilt in third that intrigue me, but in a market setting, I want to give her more shape and muscle all the way throughout. But just being a hog enthusiast, that's a stout rear leg that has a lot of reach to it. I think she's an interesting animal in the fact that she can be that style featured, yet be so long striding in terms of her skeleton, and I'm a big fan of those areas. Compared to the hogs ahead of her and behind her, she'll give up shape and muscle, and here today, consequently, I settled her in third, but I do love that one's skeleton. I think she offers some interesting pieces, but in a market hog show, I can only let those pieces go up so high. The hog in fourth, once it got out to the big ring and I realized that it had the right kind of rib and productive look and muscle, I went ahead and pinned her and I let her back out. I want to make her just a little bit better in the way she tracks away from me, but at the same time, she's really good in just being very fundamental, a shapely, dimensional hog that has cutability and has the right kind of product to her. A lot of the same can be said about the blue mask gilt coming out next, one that's really stout, bold, and just massive in the way she's put together. She, too, gets a bit out in her stifle joint, wants to keep her hock a bit more within herself, and I don't see her balancing quite as good due to the fact that she's a bit crestier at the top side of her neck, a little tighter than her Hamoin junction. But 4 and 5, if you just want to talk about market livestock in regards to having the right kind of product and endpoint value, both those hogs have the right parts and pieces. I just want to change them a bit here in the show ring. But a really good class. Let's put our hands together for our exhibitors there in class number 3.
Attention to the show arena. If anybody has a Band-Aid, we need a Band-Aid up here. We have a lady that has a cut that will not stop bleeding. We need to get taken care of. Looking for a Band-Aid, please. Thank you. Placings in our third cross class. 8th place is Alexis Palos, Cibolo Creek FFA. 7th place is Carly Schneider, Marion FFA. 6th place is Kendra Ross, Marion FFA. 5th place is Reed Reiniger, Marion FFA. Fourth place is Jackson Kurz, Marion FFA. Third place is Tyler Schneider, Marion FFA. Second place is Alexis Schulze, New Berlin 4-H. And our class winner is Halen Gemmler, Marion FFA. Chuck, I need the Seguin swine breeders. Okay. The Seguin swine breeder bump check will go to Halen Gemmler with Marion FFA. She will receive a $100 check. And the breeder was 4L Show Pigs. Congratulations. Again, I want to remind everyone that has got a pig that they want to floor, they want to get rid of. Today, Michael Friesenheim will have a trailer in back. They're paying 40 cents a pound for your animal based on your carting weight. So if you want to get rid of your project today, you're not going on to San Antonio or any other shows, here's your opportunity. So get with Michael Friesenheim in the back, and he will be able to help you out on that. Thank you. I want to say a special thank you to our Seguin Fair Duchess, Kaylee Kunchik. She's been helping here pass out the ribbons today all day, except for when she had to go show her pig. And we do appreciate all her efforts and help today. And she's representing the county very well. Thank you very much, Kaylee. Class 5 crossbred pigs. Class 5. Go ahead, start bringing them to the holding area.
A great class once again to sit back and to sort through. And I think as we get back out here, the top three are awfully nice. I thought the top two bearers were ones that just fit together a bit better and stayed a bit more stable in their top line than did the blue gilt that we have in three. Study the bearers if you are sitting around the ring that we have here that the young men are driving, and these are extremely good hogs that have minor differences. And I'm going to tell you how I saw them today, and I think that both of these young men bring a pair of hogs out to the ring that you have to really, really appreciate. Our class winner is just so correct in terms of his build, and I love his skeleton. I love that when I get behind him and I study him from the top part of his hip down the ground, I read him very appropriate from a muscle and width standpoint. He has a stout rear leg that stays completely in line with his body wall, and everything just makes sense and fits together from above. His top reads fresh and correct, and from the side, I like how his shoulder blade lays onto him just a bit nicer and allows everything to fit together and blend and balance so good from the side. And as we study him out here, he's just so good in the way he gets out and goes across the ring. I love his mobility and flexibility whenever we have him going across the ring. The bear in second, when you get up and you study him, he's so good whenever you study him down his top side. I love the shape that he has working down his top, and then he's just so good as you work to the edge of his loin. At the same time, that one's rib cage is built very good underneath that. I like the boldness of his forb and the turn of his center body, and those are the things that I think allow him to be just so good out here from a market hog standpoint compared to our class winner, and their very minor differences. I read him just a little bit more upright in his blade. I don't read him exactly like our class winner whenever you just study his use of his hind leg. Our class winner just stays so correct. This bear is square and it is mobile. I don't find it being just quite as appealing from the side. I don't find it just quite as correct when you get directly behind it. But I think that pair is awfully good. The bluegill we have coming out next, the young lady's done a great job in terms of skin and hair, so freshly presented, and I think she should be commended about that. Stout's gold, great top, huge out of its hip. With that being said, being so big out of its hip, it'll maybe be just a little bit different as it transitions to the surface. It too from the side, as I alluded to when I went to the microphone, where big meets big, where its loin meets its hip, she'll have to sag and give up just a bit of top line stability. I didn't think she balanced and just stayed as good from the profile as the initial pair of bears. Good hog in 4 that I need to open up through her chest. She'll want to cave in there through her knee and puts her front feet too close together as you study her driving directly at you. Great shape, great rib cage. Love that one's flexibility built into her hind leg. I have to make that initial view stronger and more captivating from just the width and stoutness standpoint, the way she drives at me. We have a wide, dimensional, just extra stout one coming out, and I bet he's probably pushing the envelope for some. I went ahead and put him in 5th because the hog in 6th was a bit frailer and walked a bit wider than I preferred. I like this bear's stoutness, boldness, and just product. We got to make him better at the crest of his neck, make him a bit better from a balance standpoint, but a good class there if you would. Please put your hands together for our exhibitors as they head back to their pens.
Thank you, Judge. Placings in your cross class number 4. 8th place goes to Lucas Gilner, Navarro FFA. 7th place goes to Jenna Contreras Garcia, Cibolo Creek FFA. 6th place goes to Emma Lintzman, Marion FFA. 5th place goes to Cross Kelso, Marion FFA. 4th place goes to Emily Clutter, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Brindley Forts, Cibolo Creek FFA. 2nd place goes to Tanner Beakley, Marion FFA. And our class winner is Chance Chironza of the New Berlin 4-H. He's your class winner, and he also is the recipient of the $100. No. Excuse me. Nobody just yet. Hold on. We'll give you the winner on the $100 gift. Correction on the Seguin Swine Breeders $100 bump. That will actually go to 3rd place, which was Brindley Forts, Cibolo Creek FFA. MT Hart was the breeder on that animal. Thank you. Class 5 crosses are in an arena now. There will be 12 entered. We're placing 9 of them. Class 6, get your pigs up and ready. We'll be calling you shortly. Exhibitors in the barn, if you have a reserve or champion breed hog you might want to go ahead and start getting them ready. We'll have our grand champion drive immediately following judging of the champion cross. Cross class number 6, go ahead and start bringing those pigs to the holding area. Cross class number 6.
As we get into class 5 of 6 and we study our hogs that we have out here, the young man, Solid Black Gilt's going to be our class winner. When you study her, I would like to change the way her shoulder blade and knee are set onto her. She's just a bit more upright there. But once you look past that, that's a wide skeleton gilt that's really good in the shape of her body cavity and forerib. Up high, I think she's very good in the spread that she offers and still square when she leaves you. For me, that hog came out of the gate over there, and I thought that one was going to be tough to beat, and another one didn't come out that hit me as hard. 2 and 3 are close, and the way the hogs managed themselves during this class is what allowed me to tie to the young man's white front-legged bear there. That hog continued to be flexible the duration of the drive. He's a long-striding, stout-featured bear that I really like the way he gets out and travels across the ring. Of the top 3, he will be the flattest in his forerib. He doesn't have the same natural turn to his body cavity. And at the same time, that hog probably could be just a little bit better in the way his center body is. And I know I alluded to that. But whenever you study him compared to our class winner, I thought this was the most like our class winner in regards to elevation, extension, and length and levelness of hip. I thought were really good. Also, like I said, that one managed himself a bit better than the gilt did while we were in the show ring here this afternoon. This gilt that we have coming out in third, she is stout skulled, huge forearm. I love the stoutness of the feature that she has. She's really good whenever you study just the shape to her forerib and the boldness of her center body. She comes at you with an incredible view. With that, the longer they're out here, and I didn't think I drove them too long, she becomes a bit tighter out of her hip and hind leg. I want to make her more flexible there. And with that being said, we could make her just a bit better in her extension up front and length out of her hip. I do think she's a shorter hipped hog that got just a bit tighter the longer we drove them. The colored up gilt we have coming out next, she's definitely looser structured. This one's very flexible whenever you study the way she gets out and travels, and I love that about her. With that, I want to make this one just a bit more intense in terms of her bone work. She's a smaller-footed, further forearmed hog that doesn't have the same stoutness as skeleton laid underneath her, but what she has up high is good. She's tuned in from a shape standpoint. She's big out of her hip and still gets around the ring with a good look and a lot of flexibility. A nice gilt to be in 4. Young lady's bear that we have in 5, it came out, and of the first 6 pigs that came out, this one hit me the hardest because I really like this one's skeleton. He's a good design bear that's very flexible. With that, we drop him back out in the top 5. I don't read him quite as fresh there at the crest of his neck or how he comes out of his blade. Maybe not quite as good from just a freshness standpoint today, but whenever you study his skeleton and the way he's put together, he's stout structured, he's loose striding, and I like those things about him. I just want to make him a bit neater there as you study him through his front 1/3, tune him in just a bit more as you study him down the top side of his skeleton. But you just talked about a good, productive type of hog to be in 5. Young lady's done a great job. If you will, let's put our hands together for our exhibitors there in class number 5.
Placing our cross class number 5. 9th place goes to Noah Richter, Cibolo Creek FFA. 8th place goes to Cage Hereford, Clemens 4-H. 7th place goes to Briley Clufus, Marion FFA. 6th place goes to Monique Gonzalez, Cibolo Creek FFA. 5th place goes to Morgan Booker, Navarro FFA. 4th place goes to Reed Reiniger, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Trenton Mills, Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Hadley Moat, Marion FFA. And our class winner is Cade Pape with Marion FFA. Cade will also be the recipient of the $100 bump from the Seguin Swine Breeders. The breeder of his hog is 4L Show Pigs. Congratulations to all. Class 6 is coming in the ring now. We have 7 head, 5 will place. Attention exhibitors, if you have a first or second place cross pig that was sent back to the barn, you need to bring them back up here and ready for the show for our grand drive. Excuse me, our champion drive. First, second crossbred pigs out of the first classes that were sent back to the barn, bring them back up here, please. Thank you. I've been asked to announce that this is the last call for showmanship. If you're not signed up here in the next 5 or 10 minutes, it will be closed. So make sure if you want to show in showmanship that you are signed up before the end of this class. We're going to give you to the end of this class to sign up. Thank you very much. First and second place pigs, if you're in the barn, cross pigs that is, bring them up right now. First and second crossbred pigs, bring them back up to the barn for the champion drive.
Last class of the day, the young lady brings us a gilt that comes out and I think becomes the obvious winner in my opinion. She comes at you so good in terms of being opened up. Her body cavity has the right kind of shape to it and up high. She's awfully impressive in terms of just the roll that she takes out of the backside of her shoulder and works to her loin. Everything still stays square and within herself. think a really nice hog here in our final class of today's show. 2 and 3 are quite a bit different. The gilt in 2 needs to be stouter structured. She gets a bit further about her form and rear leg, but I do prefer that belted gilt when we just study the squareness of her build and the way she balances from the side. A freshly presented individual that is better whenever you study the way she transitions the backside of her loin into her hip, and at the same time she stays square whenever she leaves you. I do need to give that one just a bit stouter skeleton laid underneath there, but I did think that when you just talk about mobility and squareness, that gilt went ahead and was going to be end up there in 2. In 3, this young man's blue gilt is very powerful and expressive. Really like the muscularity that she has. With that, though, it kind of hinders just a bit the way she gets out and travels out of her hip and hind leg. I want to make her a bit freer in the way she gets out and goes whenever you study her across the ring. Really like the shape and spread down her top side. Definitely a powerful product-driven hog that we could square up just a bit when she leaves us. The hog coming out next, a gilt that whenever you study her, she's stout structured and good looking. I like her extension and length and levelness. When you get directly behind her, she'll want to taper to her base just a bit. Doesn't have the same natural turn there through the center portion of her body. Just need to open her up and bolden her up just a bit, but do like that hog from the side. She is better in the way her hind legs constructed from a squareness standpoint than was our hog there in 3. We conclude our top 5 with the very powerful, big body, deep-sided kind of a gilt. Like those things about her with that. Don't find her being quite as just athletic in the way she gets out of her hip and hind leg. Don't read her quite as fresh whenever you study her crest or just the way she's presented out here today, but definitely a powerful, really good kind of hog from just a power standpoint. A good group there in our final class of crosses. Let's put our hands together for our exhibitors as they exit the ring.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in cross class number 6. 5th place goes to Amber Niles, Marion FFA. 4th place goes to Cameron Parsons, Marion 4-H. 3rd place goes to Tanner Beakley, Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Jocelyn Trevino, Simlo Creek FFA. And our class winner was Holly Alderson, Marion FFA. Our Seguin Swine Breeders bump check will be going to Jocelyn Trevino. The breeder of her pig was Empty Heart Livestock. Congratulations to all. We will now be judging our champion cross and reserve champion cross. breed champion and reserve champions of all breeds. You need to get those pigs ready. We're going to have our grand drive immediately following the judging of the champion cross. So if you had a breed champion or reserve champion, we need to start bringing them to the front.
All right, attention in the barns also. We're getting close to wrapping this deal up. If you got a car parked over here where we need to back up and load out, we need to get all the cars and everything that are just parked over here out of the way. That way we can get the trucks and trailers to be able to back up, pull up, back up, load out and everything like that. So if you have a car over here parked where we're going to load out, we need to get all those moved.
Well, as we draw to a conclusion here in our Crossbred Drive, 6 really good class winners come back out here. I'm extremely pleased with the group that we have in front of us. As you study this group, I know I'm personally very pleased with the way they're put together from a build standpoint. They're hogs that come together good from their profile, yet still have what I try to keep in mind in terms of keeping them opened up, keeping them stout featured, and at the same time trying to make sure that they fit the bill from a market hog standpoint. We talked about them in their classes. We broke them down. We've talked about what they do good, maybe some of what their counterparts had to offer that maybe even made it a close decision back in those classes. And I do think that there was some very close decisions, and I know 1 second place gets to come out here in a minute. But before we get us to Champion Reserve Cross, let's put our hands together for all of our cross exhibitors that we've had this afternoon. Not just these 6 or our other 6 that are second, but all of them. And so, as I've talked about today, I'm a big first impressions kind of guy. When they come through the gate, I want to make sure that initial view, they're opened up, they're wide, they're true coming at you. And at the same time, when we get back out here, I think that it's important in a market hog setting to have the right kind of boldness and shape to our body cavity, spread up high to fit that, and at the same time, making sure our flexibility and mobility and the way we get out and go around the ring is satisfied from at least this show judge's standpoint also. And as we get out here, I do think that there's one that comes at you extremely strong in that view, if that makes sense. I think whenever you study our champion crossbred driving directly at you, they're strong in their front feet, they're opened up to their chest, everything from their back really matches and makes sense. Young lady in the yellow sweater is going to have our champion cross. Congratulations to her.
Champion Crossbred goes to Holly Alderson, Marion FFA. Congratulations. We'll now be judging for our reserve.
As we get out here for reserve, I think things get even closer. Our reserve champion crossbred this afternoon is one that offers so much good whenever you study the way it's put together from the side, how its parts and pieces fit together. I love its looseness of structure and its ability to go around the ring and be so fault-free in terms of just the way it gets out and plants and pushes. I do think it's a close call whenever I study our reserve champion crossbred compared to some of the other ones in this lineup. Think this one is just a bit better in just the turn of their center body and just the natural shape of their rib cage. I know as we get back out here, you can make a claim for several of them, but the one that came out and hit me awfully hard in class and continues to do so, our reserve champion crossbreds, young Mansberry here on the far side. Congratulations to him.
Reserve champion crossbred goes to Braden Forts, Marion FFA. We're going to take a little quick short break here and line up all our breed champions. We'll be bringing them back into the ring in the order they showed today. Each exhibitor will be announced as they enter. We're going to bring all the champions in first and then the reserves second. So if you have a breed champion, bring it up at this time if you're not there already. Groups 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll need the champion and light. I'm the champion in reserve. Light OPB first. The reserves will be pinned upon entry into the arena, and the champions will stay out in the arena, and we'll judge them that way. Also, just want to remind everybody, we're going to do the showmanship a little bit different. We're going to do the seniors first. And the reason for that is we want to get the seniors out here so the younger ones can watch the seniors show and hopefully learn from that. So if you have junior or the elementary age students here, then let them go ahead and watch that so they have a little better idea what's going on. Thank you. Yes. All right, first we're entering our reserve light OPB. This will be Haley Pompa with the Cibolo Creek FFA. Everybody put your hands together for these kids as they come. Are they bringing the champion or the all reserve? Okay. I need your reserve OPB, dark OPB. All right, here we go. We got our reserve dark OPB. This will be Cass Pape, Marion FFA. He wants to. The pig don't want to. All right, Reserve Berk goes to London Bowman, Cibolo Creek FFA. Reserve Duroc's coming as well. That's Layla Franklin, Seguin FFA. Reserve Hamp. Okay. Reserve Hamp goes to Holly Alderson, Marion FFA. Reserve York coming behind it will be Lena Leola, Marion FFA. And our reserve Crossbred. If you'll just wave at everybody, Braden's in the pin already because he was in the last class. And that's our reserve champion Crossbred pig. Okay, now we're going to have our breed champions come in. Our champion light OPB is Holly Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. Our champion dark OPB is Donald Bigelow, Marion FFA. Our champion Berkshire pig is Brindley Forks, Cibolo Creek FFA. Champion Berk, Brindley Forks, Cibolo Creek FFA. Champion Duroc is Emily Clutter, Marion FFA. Champion Hamp, Haley Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. Our champion York is Haley Blades, Navarro FFA. And our champion cross is still in the pin. That would be Holly Alderson, Marion FFA. Let's give all these kids a big hand of applause. We'll now be judging for our grand champion hog. I want to say a special thank you at this time for Quest Newberry, our judge. He's done a wonderful job today. There are some tough classes here to go through. I think he pulled them out pretty clean. So I think we got to give him a big round of applause as well. Thank you, Quest. The exhibitor of the Grand Champion Hog and Reserve Champion Hog will be getting a buckle along with a banner. The buckles this year are being donated for Grand Champion Hog is being donated by the Hank Linsman family. The buckle for Reserve Grand Champion is being sponsored by I hope I can pronounce this, Ernst Incorporated. If I'm saying that wrong, somebody please come tell me. Thank you for your donation.
exhibitors in the ring, we can let them just hang out for a minute if you'd like. We don't want to get any of them too riled up as we finish off the day. But I know once we get our grand champion hog name, we'll have a lot of different moving parts. I know we still have showmanship, but I did want to say a couple things before we name us a champion hog out here today. I know it's a little bit of a cold day, but if you are ringside and you look around at everybody that's sitting next to you and around the ring, it becomes pretty apparent that we all like showing pigs, or you have someone here that you really care about. And I think that's what makes it really fun, because there is a large crowd here on a day that not many people want to get out of their house or do anything outside. We have a large crowd here, and that's made today really enjoyable on my side of things. And so before we talk about the hogs a little bit more, I do hope that we all cherish what we're able to do here at events such as a county fair. And a lot of the times we get upset if we get a white ribbon or a pink ribbon or something down the line. But as I alluded to, I think that it's important to reflect on and think about who helped you get in the ring today. It didn't matter if you were first or maybe towards the bottom. Someone helped you get in the ring, I promise. And I think it's very important that you cherish those things, because those are the people that are going to be with you whenever things get tough or when things aren't always fun. Those are going to be your people that help you do those things also. And just a couple of things. I think that's incredible that we started the morning with such a good prayer there from the pastor. And I hope that we all remember that that without Lord Jesus Christ and God, we wouldn't have the ability to do the things that we love. And if you don't think about that when you go home today, I encourage you, because that's why we should do what we do, is to fulfill what God wants us to do. And I hope that if that is something that you and your family cherish, that you continue to do so. And if it's not, I hope that maybe you can think about that a little bit more, because every morning I thank Him for giving us the opportunity to have loved ones around us and then also do things like we enjoy. And I apologize for getting just a bit emotional, but when I drive to a show in the morning, I think about those things, and that's what I thought about this morning when I drove over here. And so I don't need to probably say I'm sorry for that, but I don't mean to make that something that I should get emotional about. But I hope that you think about that a little bit also whenever you maybe load up and go home today, and that we take a lot of things for granted. And so I hope you thank everybody that helped you get here. To everybody behind the scenes, thank y'all so much. It's made the show extremely, extremely fun to judge. I've enjoyed it. And like I said, class number 1 this morning, I was looking forward to today and making sure my mind was right for the last couple of days, to be honest. I got to get in the zone. And as we get out here and we can start walking the hogs again, we can fire them back up. As we get back out here and we study these hogs, I know maybe we'll have a couple start screaming here in a minute. I just want you for a minute to look at the young people out here and study the hogs. They're hogs that satisfy what this show judge wants. You study the way their skeletons work. They're long striding. They're far reaching. I encourage you to study them drive directly at you. They're opened up, yet still square in that initial view. I know I don't do everything like everybody wanted me today, because in a competitive nature, someone did not get what they want today, and that's good. That's why we show, because if you wanted to get 3rd or 4th, then you don't need to show again. You want to always win. But I hope that if you are ringside, you can step back and at least say, that is what that judge wanted, and that's what he ended up with on all of his breed champions, because I'm extremely pleased with them. And so if you are ringside, let's put our hands together for all of our youngsters today and everybody here on the hog committee that made it happen. I think it gets close out here. I've probably said that too much today, but back home I helped some families with hogs, and last night I went to look at them, and I don't know if we're good enough anywhere, but we're pretty good in a lot of places. And as a show judge, I hope I never come across too critical, because it's extremely challenging in modern times to find one that costs what you're willing to pay, everything go right on a day-to-day basis at home, and then for one guy to get out here, or woman, with the microphone and name you the grand champion. And I say that because I don't want to come across too critical on any hogs today, but I have to let you know what's going on in my mind. And so as we get out here and we study the lineup, I do feel like that there's a pair or even 3 or 4 that a judge could stand back in the ones that I have out here and make a claim to go ahead and be your grand champion. With that, I do think that there's one that really hit me hard whenever we talk about some of the things that we've discussed today. One that opens up beautifully whenever it drives directly at you. The mobility and flexibility is very good. And I talk about it too much, but I obviously, I guess it's something that I like. I want those things to be 12 o'clock whenever you study them down the top side of their skeleton and be gamers in regards to shape and spread. And I think there's one that does that. And I think there's one who balances and blends and comes together so awesome. And I think that whenever you study the lineup, the one I'm referring to, you just keep coming back to and you're attracted to this one and you continue to look at it. Or at least that's what happens to me. And so they're not going to be exactly the same, and we're going to get a reserve breed champion out in a minute, but I'm extremely pleased with the lineup. Once again, thank you for having me. I'll go get us a grand and then a reserve. Congratulations to all the young people today.
Your grand champion hog is exhibited by Holly Alderson, Marion FFA. Congratulations, Holly. Can we have the reserve Hamp, please? Cross. Reserve champion goes to Haley Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. Congratulations. Don't everybody rush off yet. We've got our showmanship to go. All right. I've been told that the seniors showmanship, we're going to have 2 classes of those seniors. They'll split them in the back, and juniors the same way. Senior showman, go ahead, start bringing your pigs up here. Senior showman. While we have a little break here, I want to make an announcement about Seguin Swine Breeders. You know, every year they generously donate $100 to each individual pig that they bred here or in local counties. And these pigs have done tremendous in this show. Just to give you a recap, they had 9, this was including the breeding show, they had 9 breed champions, 7 reserve breed champions, 24 first place pig, and 7 second place pigs. And there were some pigs that placed down the line. So as the adage goes, you know, if you're in the look for a show pig next year, if you're in the hunt for a show pig, buy local. By golly, these pigs are working. We've got some real progressive breeders in this county. And these guys do a great job, so help support them as well. They'll treat you fair. They'll take care of you. They're a lot of good people. I know all of them just about. And like I say, just give them a shout if you need some show pigs for next year. Thank you all very much. Senior group, yeah. You get the pigs, get it going up here. We need a gate first. Once again, the order for the showmanship will be seniors first, intermediate will be the second group, and then the elementary guys will be the last group. The buckles for showmanship this year are being donated by the following families or breeders. Senior showmanship will be the Edgar Schneider family. Intermediate showmanship will be the Seguin swine breeders. And junior showmanship will be donated by the Kelso family. Thank you very much for y'all's kind donations of buckles for showmanship. Reminder again, if you're going to sell your pig in the auction on Saturday, you need to turn your sale card in. Bring it up here to Stephanie at the announcer stand. Your sale cards must be turned in.
As we have a large number here in our showmanship divisions, we're going to keep back 6 out of this particular heat. I thought there were some close calls, and as we try to go through things at the proper speed and yet still move efficiently, a couple of things that I wanted to point out. A young lady with reserve light OPB did a good job whenever she came in, and then that hog wanted to act up just a bit, and now we're not getting his maybe head and front end presented quite as good, but we did do a good job of getting him off the fence. I commend her on continuously working on that. Young lady here with the tricolored gilt does a nice job every once in a while whenever she comes close to me and then transitions to our next viewpoint. That gilt a little bit more stop and go, and I had to make a close call on that. And to be completely honest, I thought our exhibitors that already pinned up did a very good job of making sure, and I don't want to give too much to our next heat, but making sure that they provided the largest amount of high quality, good looks to the judge today as we work through this heat. And so if you will, let's put our hands together for our exhibitors to head back to the barn. An incredibly tough group of senior showmen here that are doing a great job. Here in our second heat, some very small things separate our exhibitors that are going to go ahead and come back for the finals. I'll be completely honest, as we went to start pulling a couple of our exhibitors recognized the I guess you could say time to get pretty forceful, and I felt like a couple of our exhibitors that do a nice job, honestly, were maybe using their whip just a little bit harder than what I would term ideal. And at the same time, some of our exhibitors that aren't going to maybe make the finals here today, as I watch as they transition from going to one direction to the next, I want to make sure that we do it in just a little bit of a easier transition, if you will. And so, once again, some very close calls, if you will. Let's put our hands together for our exhibitors, and we'll get going through our finals.
Attention in the barn, a couple reminders. Don't forget, you need to clean your pins before you leave your pin and the aisle in front of it. All the shavings need to be taken out in the pin and the aisle in front of it. Also, no pigs are to be leaving until we are completely done with the show. No pigs to be leaving until we are completely done with the show. Also, there's a few cars still over here where we need to back up to be able to load out. If you got a car that's over here where we need to back up and load out, if you could please move that.
I knew we were going to have an incredible group of showmen come back, not only for the finals, but for just the heats. And I commend every single exhibitor that signed up for Showmanship to come out and compete one more time. Like I mentioned there, as we conclude the hog show, I think being a competitor and instilling that into our young people through showing livestock is so important. You know, we get out here, and I'm just going to be completely honest. Everyone here in the ring, you're a very, very good showman. You could drop, yes, put your hands together for them. Yes, absolutely. Every single exhibitor here in the show ring and somebody back at the barn, y'all are incredibly good showmen. And so if I were to go through and talk about each and every one of y'all, I would have a lot of praiseworthy compliments about the way you exhibit your livestock. And yes, I know several know where the exit gate are, but if you watch these young people and you watch the way they use their tool out here, their show stick, it's calm, it's collected. They don't just swing their show stick around. They're very precise with where they're hitting their hog. And I do think it's very important that we try to do what we enjoy doing in a manner that we're able to do it and make sure the hog looks very natural. And I'm very pleased with the group that we have out here. At the same time, I can be as critical as anyone, and every exhibitor out here, there might be a time here or there where we use our off-hand more than I want us to, where our hog maybe stops, then goes, and then like I said, some know where the exit gates are. And so as I get back out here and I study just natural body positioning, how we manage ourselves and our hog while we're in the ring, I do think that there's a group that it comes down to. Honestly, a pair of young people that I think are very good in their just natural ability to present their hog. Yet I do think that little details in where we hold our whip, how we use our whip, and our whip speed are very, very important. And so I'm going to take one more look and get us a champion. If you would, though, let's put our hands together one more time for our group of seniors that we have in the show ring.
Champion senior showman is Brindley Forts, Cibolo Creek FFA. Congratulations.
here as we get into our first heat in our next division. Some very close calls. I feel like in this class, or this heat, I should say, we had some young people that did a real good job of being in front of me, but once they got a little bit away from me, then maybe our eye contact wasn't quite as intense. Maybe we have some hogs that want to be just a bit more stop and go whenever they're trying to present a view. I think we have some very, very good showmen out here that are going to head back, some small things that maybe make the decision for me to decide who gets to come back in the finals. But if you will, let's put our hands together for our exhibitors as they head back to their pins. here in our second heat of this division. I feel like our exhibitors that are going to come back in the finals are just a bit more natural. And like I've said several times in our heats before, I like to know that our exhibitors have a game plan and their next move is always premeditated, and it's not maybe drive there, then make that decision. And I don't mean to sound too critical, but some of our exhibitors that are going to be headed back to their pens, they do a great job from time to time. And then every once in a while, the hog maybe wants to stop on us, or at the same time, we get to one side of the ring and then we're not prepared to decide what we're going to do next. And we just kind of follow our pig. And I don't mean to sound negative, but we have to be able to describe what I think and what is the deciding factor. But we have some exhibitors that do a great job in terms of where they position themselves, getting their hogs head up, also making sure that they're under control. I just think that we have some little differences in the way they handle the next decision, if you will. And so, if you will, let's put our hands together for our exhibitors as they head out of the ring, and we'll move into the finals. Very close call, young lady. Our Barry just wanted to stop us a little bit, and so instead of coming in the field, we're kind of stopping. Okay, good job. Very good control. Your hogs are moving. Every once in a while, when you're here, then you might be in the corner, they're not looking back at you. So even if you're away, I want just a little bit more intensity in terms of eye contact. Very nice job. I promise. Real close, okay?
Juniors, go ahead and start bringing your pigs up for showmanship. The last bunch, go ahead and start bringing them up for showmanship.
as we get out here into our intermediate lineup, once again, I think the skill set that we have out is extremely high. As we get back out here, I do feel like in comparison to our senior division, we have a bit more diversity, and I'll phrase it that way, and how we maybe how hard we want to maybe use our tool of choice that we have out here today. And I want to always encourage our young people to make sure that we can use our whip as soft as we possibly can whenever our hogs are acting like they need to. And I know there's a lot of hard work at home, some early mornings and late nights that allow our young people to come out here and exhibit their hogs at a very, just fault-free, calm and collected pace. And as we get out here, I do think that it's rather close as we get to our final decision. And I guess when you get down to it, showmanship, making sure we have our hog moving is important. I do think there's some other things that go into it. I think making sure skin and hair is on point, making sure that just every aspect of you and your animal is ready for the show ring at that time is very important. There's one young person out here that every once in a while, there's a side of the ring that their hog wants to be just a little bit harder to deal with that, but they work very hard to make sure that they keep their hog on the other side of the ring. And then as I start to break down their style, I like where they position their body on their hog. I like the way they reach over and yet still use their whip at a very soft way and command their hog in a very efficient manner. And that's how I see our champion intermediate showman. Probably not perfect every second we're in the ring, but when it's going right, it suits me best in regards to being just so calm and collected. I like our whip speed. I like the way everything is just working when things are going right. A couple exhibitors out here probably were more consistent, but whenever our intermediate showman is going right, I love exactly how everything's flowing. Young man with the belted bear is our champion. Congratulations to him.
Chironza. Your intermediate showmanship winner is Chance Chironza with the New Berlin 4-H.
How many are in this last group?
Congratulations to Chance. In case y'all missed it a while ago, the senior showmanship buckles, intermediate buckle, and the junior buckle are donated by the following families or groups. The senior showmanship buckle is exhibited by Edgar Schneider family. The intermediate showmanship buckle is donated by Seguin Swine Breeders. And our junior buckle is being donated by the Kelso family. We appreciate those offers. Thank you.
As we work through our youngest division of showmanship, we went ahead and pinned up our top 5. And back home, I enjoy working with families, and we have some exhibitors that are around this age. And I would say that I'm extremely impressed with this group of showmen that we have out here. They have some of the basics down very, very good, and where they keep their self in relation to their hog. Some of us maybe get a little bit further back. I like to try to keep my hip right in front of their hip and be able to kind of reach over. I thought it was a close call amongst some of our exhibitors. We do a really good job right here, but sometimes we need to maybe get me just a little bit further of a view. We got a little bit close from time to time, and then some of our other exhibitors do a nice job. Maybe use our offhand a little bit too much for my liking right now, but once again, I think it's very commendable to sign up to come to the show ring one more time on a cold afternoon. And so if you will, if you are ringside, put our hands together for our youngest exhibitors, and I'll rework our top 5. Well, a great way to end what I would term an awesome day judging a hog show, and then also working through our showmanship divisions. I've enjoyed my day very, very much, and I do know the heater in my truck is going to go on full blast when I get in there. But I've enjoyed it, and it's been worth it. And I'll remember today for a while, because just the feel around the ring, I feel like there's friend groups and families that are enjoying the day. I know that this area is rich on just people doing it for the right reasons, and it doesn't matter if it's a steer show on the weekend, the county show here. I've done the guilt show before. I just always enjoy anything that involves Guadalupe County and the people that are in it. And so once again, thank y'all very much for having me. It's been a great day. I absolutely love being able to stand back and watch our youngest group of exhibitors go about the ring. I challenged them just a bit to come out and try to go all the way to the other side. And I did that because I think at home, if we're practicing showmanship right, we should give our young people a task, and they should try to get their hog there and go to the next move. And so I didn't mean that, I just like doing those kind of things. And so a couple exhibitors really showed just the control they have for their livestock. And at the same time, we get out here, and I think there's some very small details that separate our exhibitors. There's one exhibitor that, for what I try to do with my showmen back home in terms of how they position themselves, their ability to reach over and use their whip lightly on the other side and also be ambidextrous and use both hands, I think is very impressive. Did their hog's head go down every once in a while? Sure, probably so. And I can admit that. And I don't know if showmanship has to be termed by just making sure the head's up all the time. But I do know that not every second has our hog's head been up. But I think our natural just ring awareness and our ability to get our hog presented is very, very good. Another exhibitor does a great job of making sure their hog's moving, making sure our hog's head up. But every once in a while, we get maybe just a little bit further behind our hog, and we're maybe hitting their shoulder more than hitting their cheek area. And I say those things as transparently as I possibly can. Some other exhibitors, we maybe lost control just a little bit the longer we're in here. And so the exhibitor that fits what I like in terms of showmanship, and I think does a very natural job, young lady right here is our first place. Congratulations to her.
Your junior showmanship goes to Alexis Schulze. Congratulations.
Hey, buddy, great job. Really close call, okay? Good job.
That's a wrap for our show this year. Everybody, please drive safely home. It's starting to get damp out there. And we